So, hello everyone, good morning to all. Just confirm me once that my voice is audible. Sir, chat box is here. You can comment in the chat box. My voice is audible. Okay, sir, thank you for your response in the chat box. So, today we have a discussion on a very important subject, on a very important topic. Thank you, sir, for your response. And we'll discuss something new, something innovative, something unique. And we'll cover the complete CGST Act just in 5 hours. So, sir, I just require your support for this particular session, for this particular workshop. I am not saying it as a session, this is a workshop. We'll cover each and every section with memory techniques. Okay, so this will be a, I think, great session for all of you. And I request everyone, we'll start our discussion in next 1 to 2 minutes. Okay, so I request everyone, if possible, share the link with others professionals, so that we all can create a great world of knowledge. Okay, that is what is the purpose of this particular session. So I request everyone, make this workshop viral. Okay, so we have capacity on Zoom as well, we have live on YouTube as well. Multiple participants are there on YouTube, multiple are on Zoom. So I request once again, share it. Sir, in this particular workshop, memory techniques, what is the purpose of this workshop? That is what is the first thing we need to understand. Sir, the point is that, we all are filing the returns, we all are handling the compliances regularly, we are doing the GST practices. But the point is that whenever there will be a litigation, whenever we have to present in front of any authority, or whenever we have to schedule a meeting with our client, or whenever we need to go for any discussion related to GST, at that time we require the knowledge of sections of GST. And as we all know, there are number of sections are available. So it is quite difficult for everyone to memorize each and every section, so that whenever there will be a notice or litigation or certain things, we are not in situation to take the reference of that specific section, that what will be the section which will be applicable in that specific situation. We are not able to determine, or we are not able to recall the section. With this particular motive, or with this purpose, we have come up the memory techniques. We have developed certain memory techniques for each and every section. And these memory techniques are not very complicated. These memory techniques are not technical. These memory techniques are based on funny things, certain number techniques, certain memory techniques, certain other things. So I ensure you that you will enjoy this particular workshop a lot, because we are not going to learn a particular deep analysis of a provision. We are going to learn that in this particular section, what is the mention by the government and what is the use of that section with memory technique. Okay, sir. So I think this will be a great learning for all of us, including me. And before moving ahead, I just want to share with you certain rules of this particular workshop. Sir, you just need to make this workshop as much as interactive. For that purpose, what you need to do, we'll discuss the sections one by one and we'll provide you the memory technique. So if you have any question related to that particular section, you just need to put it in the chat box. We'll provide you the response immediately. We have no any Q&A session at the end of the workshop, so that our session will be interactive. So the mode of communication of this session will be English only. Certain examples may be in Hindi, so we'll convert the same into English for your comfort zone. Sir, if possible for you, then just keep one pen and paper with you, so that you can mark certain notings in your working sheet. Okay, and if possible, then share this video with your article, with your staff, so that they can also get the idea about the sections under GST, because this is the basic, this is the fundamental which should be clear. Because if I am going to learn each and every section under GST, it will be quite difficult for me. But if we have the memory techniques, if we have the logics, then we can easily understand each and every section. Those who have joined this session now, I request everyone, be there till the last moment of the session or the workshop. Sir, I just want to know, have you attended the memory technique earlier from my side? Have you attended the session related to memory technique? Anyone? Suresh, you may share your experience, or if you have attended earlier, in that case, we'll discuss in this session as well the same things. Okay, we'll cover the memory techniques. So I request Suresh ji, you can share your experience about our workshop. Vanita ji, you can also share the experience about the workshop, so that with your positive feedbacks, we'll start our session. Okay, we'll start our discussion. Or those who have not attended earlier, I assure you, this is my assurance to you, that I will make this session a great initiative for all of you, and your 5 hour will be completely a biggest investment of your life. Okay, after the end of the at the end of this particular workshop, I assure you, each and every section will be on your fingertips. You will be able to recall each and every section under CGST Act without any extra efforts. Okay, so let's start our discussion on the sections. Okay, thank you for your response, and I request everyone at the end of the session will receive these type of feedbacks from everyone. Okay, because the purpose of this workshop to provide you a complete idea of each and every section, or each and everyone will be able to recall each and every section. That is what is the fundamental, that is what is the purpose, that is what is the logic of this workshop. So let's start our discussion. Sir, are you excited to know the memory techniques? Just confirm me once in the chat box, because your interaction plays a very important role. Your comments in the chat box will give me the energy, the power. So everyone, yes sir, are you excited to learn the memory techniques for the CGST Act for all the 138 sections? Yes, we are getting the response in the chat box. And now, without wasting a single second, we'll start our discussion. Sir, section number one, and sir, I request, for providing with the memory techniques, I need to take multiple examples. Okay, and that will be based on multiple funny things, so please be with me. Okay, और कुछ गलती हो जाए तो please माफ करना. Sir, section number one, as we all know, number one is the commencement of counting. Whenever I want to, or I need to start the counting, then I will start my counting from 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So number one is the commencement of counting, and under GST, section number one is related to commencement of GST. Okay, so this section number one is related to commencement of GST. In this particular section, they have specifically mentioned that the GST will be applicable whole of India, including Jammu and Kashmir. This section is related to commencement, short, extent, and title of the GST. So, number one is the commencement of counting, and under GST, section number one is commencement of GST. That is what is the linkage between number one and section number one of CGST. Section number two is related to definitions. Just skip this for now. Section number 3, sir, in this particular workshop will also use certain perceptions. Okay, which is not my perception, which is the market perception. So whenever we'll check the number 3, whenever we'll see the number 3, then there is one concept in our mind that number 3 is something bad. Teen tigada kaam bigada. Number 3 is related to something bad, and the officers who is there under GST is there to correct the bad things of the taxpayer. That means if we'll make any mistake in the returns, in that case, the officers are going to take the case for the scrutiny, for the assessment, and they are supposed to rectify our bad things, our mistakes. So number 3 is the indication of something bad, and the authorities who is going to correct the bad things under GST, that is officers. So this section number 3 is related to officers under GST. This section number 3 is related to officers under GST. Number 3 is an indication of something bad, and the authorities who are going to correct the bad things, that is the officers under GST. And in this particular section, they have specified various authorities or various officers under GST. Sir, there may be one question or one doubt in your mind that, sir, why we need to learn each and every section, or why we need to know each and every section? Sir, whenever there will be litigation, we need to go for the deep analysis of each and every section. And for that deep analysis, first we need to know that what is the purpose of that particular section, why this section is here in the law. Hence, these memory techniques are here for you. So, section number three is indication of something bad, and the authorities who are going to correct the bad things, that is officers under GST. So, this section number 3 is related to officers under GST, and government has specified the list of officers. There will be a commissioner, there will be a principal chief commissioner, there will be a chief commissioner, there will be an additional commissioner, there will be a joint commissioner, assistant commissioner, superintendent, inspector. These are the list. This is the list of officers under GST. Okay, so through that particular section, we can identify that these are the officers which is there in GST. We need to interact with these officers in different scenarios. Hence, this section is very important for all of us. Section number 4. Sir, section number 4 is for your. Section number 4 is for your, that is appointment of the officers. In section number 3, we have covered the list of officers: chief commissioner, principal chief commissioner, inspector, superintendent, assistant commissioner, additional commissioner, joint commissioner. Now, how they are going to appointed? So, the appointment of the officers is given in section number 4. Section number 4 is for your, that is appointment of the officers. Sir, certain sections are based on theoretical, so will not give much more time to those sections, but certain sections are very relevant from practical perspective, so we'll give maximum time to those sections as well. So section number 4 is related to appointment of the officer. Section number 5. Sir, just try to link this word 5 with high. Section number 5 is very high. Section number 5 is very high, and higher will always be powers. Okay, if I have powers, then I will be on a higher side. If I have no powers, in that case, I will be on a lower side. That is what is the perspective, and we all know this is the truth. So section number 5 is very high. High means powers. So in this particular section, they have prescribed the powers of the officers under GST. In this particular section, section number 5 is very high. That is, higher side will be always powers. So in this particular section, they have specified the powers of the officer, that the GST officer can call the taxpayer, can demand the documentation, can physically visit the premises, can issue the show cause notice, can initiate the proceedings, can pass the assessment order. All these powers are mentioned in section number 5. Sir, whenever there will be a notice and we have to check that this particular power is in hand of that taxpayer or not, then we need to take the reference of section number 5 only. Hence, this section is very important. So, section number 5 is very high, that is powers of the officers. Section number 6, very important section. Section number 6, just try to link this word 6 fix. Section number 6, authority fix. Section number 6, authority fix. Section number 6, authority fix. This section is going to provide you the specific thing related to fixing of the authorities. Sir, what do you mean by the fixing of the authorities? That means in this particular section, they have clearly mentioned that if a particular assessment order has been passed by the central GST department, then for the same financial year, it will be treated that the audit or the assessment has been concluded under state GST. Many times we are facing this particular type of issue, that the assessment of the taxpayer has already been done under central GST by the CGST department. But after that assessment or order or the conclusion of the proceeding, state GST department is going to issue the notice for conducting the assessment or for conducting the scrutiny. In that case, we'll provide the response, we'll provide the reply that, sir, our audit or assessment has already been concluded by the CGST department. Now we are not able for that particular type of proceedings. Sir, in that case, also the departmental authority can accept our reply. But the point is that if we'll provide the reference of section number 6, that as per section number 6, Our audit has already been conducted and now state GST department cannot initiate the proceedings, then the reply will be more effective and departmental authority will get the idea that the taxpayer or the tax professional has the idea of the provision of law as well. Multiple time based on our reply only, the departmental authority is going to quite confused because we are merely mentioning the facts. We are not going to take the reference of sections, and these sections are very relevant for the GST officers and authorities, because multiple time when they are going to initiate the proceedings or they are going to issue the notice or the order, they also needs to take the reference of sections. So if they have idea about the sections, they can easily take the reference. So section number 6, authority fix. If your audit has been conducted under central GST, state GST cannot initiate the proceeding and vice versa. Next section, very relevant. Section number 1. Number 1 is the commencement of counting. Under GST, section number 1 is related to commencement of GST. Number 3 is an indication of something bad, and under GST, section number 3 is related to officers under GST, because these officers are going to correct the bad things. Section number 4 is for your, that is appointment of the officers. Section number 5 is very high, that is powers of the officers. Section number 6, authority fix. Now, the next section, very relevant, very specific, section number 7, and this section is the base of GST. I require your 100% attention on the screen. And sir, don't take any load on your brain that Aji mujhe to in these 5 hours recall all the sections, memorize all the sections. Not at all. Just feel free. You need not to memorize anything. Just watch this session like a TV serial. Although I know I am not look like a hero or actor, but you just need to watch it as a TV serial. No, don't require to take any load on your brain. And also if you have no pen and paper, or if you are not taken the pen and paper, in that case also feel free, just watch the videos. Okay, now next section, section number 7, and this section is very relevant. Section number 7, sir, S for 7, S for supply, S for 7 and S for supply. So this section is related to term supply, and we all know the importance of term supply, because many time we are focusing on GSTR 3B, GSTR 1, section number GSTR 3B, GSTR 1. There are multiple reconciliation, there are multiple scenarios. But the point is that first we need to check that whether the GST is applicable or not. Or for determining that GST is applicable or not, first we need to check that the term is supply or not. Sir, K Reddy sir, I have provided the memory technique for section number 3. Is that the section number 3? Number 3 is indication of something bad, and the authorities who is going to correct the bad things under GST, that is our GST officers. That means GST officers are going to correct the GST bad things which has been undertaken by the taxpayers. Okay, so this is a specific line. Okay, yes sir, ready sir, have you got the concept? Section number 3, number 3 is indication of something bad, and the authority who is going to correct the bad things, that is officers under GST. So in this particular section, we government has mentioned the list of officers who are going to correct the bad things of the taxpayer. That means the mistakes undertaken by the taxpayer. Okay sir, thank you sir. So there is no any purpose to highlight any GST officer, sir. We respect you a lot, because all the GST officers, all the authorities, all the commissioners are making very hard efforts to implement the GST, to implement the compliances. Okay, so that was the memory technique. Okay, now section number 7, S for 7, S for supply. This is the most important section, because whenever we'll check the financial statement, whenever we'll analyze the nature of the industry, whenever we'll analyze the taxpayer in such a scenario, first we need to decide that this particular term is a supply or not. Client is sending the data, we are filing the returns. Client departmental authority is issuing the notices, we are providing the reply. But the point is that we also need to check, based on the nature of the industry, that each and every transaction or activity which is there in the financial statement in the particular industry is defined as supply or not. कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं, a particular activity which is a supply but we are treating it as not a supply. In that case there will be a demand in future with interest with penalty. So we need to keep this in our mind. So section number 7, S for supply and government given a definition. Supply includes, sir, the importance of terms in law. They have used supply includes. They have not used the term supply means. Because if government use the term means, in such a scenario the scope of definition will be very wider, very limited. But they use the word supply includes to make the scope very wider. They can include multiple things. Supply includes sale, exchange, barter, transfer, lease, rental, disposal, agreed to be disposal for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. There are two important elements for treating activity as a supply, that is for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Sir, this section is very important. So can I take certain detailing of this section with your permission? Yes, sir. Comment in the chat box. I want to discuss the detailed section number 7, if you are permitting me. Section number 7, supply includes sales, exchange, barter, lease, rental, transfer, disposal, agreed to be disposal for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Okay. Whenever I am asking something, I request everyone, please respond. Okay. Because your comments will give me a energy something. In between the session, we'll ask you multiple times that this concept is okay for you. Are you enjoying? Are you getting the concepts? Provide the sponsor. Okay. So that we all can enjoy the learning. और मुझे ऐसा लगेगा, yes, you are watching the videos, you are watching the particular session, because if you will check the recording, because the same recorded video is available on YouTube, but if you are joining live, in that case you should also feel the enjoyment of life, and I should also feel the enjoyment of life. That is what is the purpose. Now, sir, in the course or furtherance of business and for a consideration. Now, suppose if there will be no consideration, in that case, whether the transaction or activity treated as supply or not? No. But government has given one specific schedule, schedule number 1. In that particular schedule, they have mentioned that all those activities or transactions which is mentioned in schedule number 1, whether for a consideration or not for a consideration, the same will be treated as supply. Now you have to talk on the applicability of GST. Okay. So now in this schedule, they have covered any permanent transfer or disposal of business assets. They have covered the principal and agent, supply between principal and agent. They have covered supply between distinct person and related party. They have covered the import of services. These things are covered in schedule number 1. That means if there will be any permanent transfer or disposal of business assets, and if the same is not for a consideration, in that case also the same will be treated as supply. Now, while analyzing the financial statement, suppose a taxpayer has disposed of a particular assets without any consideration, in that case the same will not be there in profit and loss account. Now you need to check from the fixed assets chart. There is a deduction in the fixed assets, there is a deduction in the business assets. Then you need to ask your client that, sir, have you sell any particular assets? Oh, like, yes, I have sold, but I have not received any consideration, so no question of GST. Then you need to take the reference of schedule number 1, that, sir, on this specific thing, GST will be applicable. These are the very specific things which we need to focus. Otherwise, at the time of business audit, litigation, departmental audit, we will face multiple issues with interest, with penalty, and at that time your client will directly come to you and say that, sir, you have handled all the compliances, now this is the notice. Why? Okay. Because I am always saying that in the current scenario, to get a new client is not a complicated task. To retain the existing client, it is a complicated task. So we need to go for that. Okay. In this particular session, I will discuss multiple things related to litigations as well. Okay. So be there and enjoy. Now, In case of principal and agent, the same will be treated as supply. In case of distinct person, that is same pen number, different GST, and treated as supply. And import of services. This is my schedule number 1. Now, one important fact is there that, sir, you are saying that GST will be applicable on supply, activity, or transaction. Now we also need to work on that this particular supply is a supply of goods or supply of services. Because if you will make any mistake while determining the nature as a supply of goods or supply of services, in that case there will be a huge implication in future. Okay, very soon we are coming with a workshop. In that workshop we'll discuss that these are the mistakes, and through these mistakes what will be the impact on the demand. That is what is the thing we are also going to launch in very near future. So supply, we need to determine the bifurcation that this is my supply of service or this is my supply of goods. So for that purpose, one universal rule is there. Sir, whenever there will be a title transfer, TITLE, title transfer, in that case the same will be treated as supply of goods. Or whenever there will be a right to use transfer, then it will be treated as supply of services. Okay, so to determine that this is my supply of goods or supply of services, we just need to do one thing, that in case of title transfer, the same will be treated as supply of goods. In case of right transfer, the same will be treated as supply of services. And also government has given one specific schedule, schedule number 3. All the activities, transactions which is mentioned in schedule number 3 will be treated as neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Funeral and related activities, supply of land, employer-employee relationship, free trade warehousing zone, special economic zone, high sea sales before home consumption, that is in the custom bonded warehouse. This is my schedule number 3. So government has given total 3 schedules. First schedule, that if no consideration, then also the transaction or activity will be treated as supply. Schedule number 2 will be very important, that will be bifurcate that this is a supply of goods, this is a supply of services. And schedule number 3 talks about neither supply of goods nor supply of services. So the term supply, section number 7, S for supplies. Supply includes sale, exchange, barter, transfer, lease, rental, disposal, agreed to be disposal for a consideration. And sir, this is the base of GST. So whenever you will get a new client, or whenever you will analyze the complete scenario of your client, just keep one thing in your mind about the bifurcation, that this activity or transaction is a supply or not. Okay, now section number 8. Sir, schedule number 8 is related to supply of goods, supply of services. In that particular schedule, they have given certain transaction or activities, and based on that, unhone bola this is a supply of goods, this is a supply of services. Okay, but if you will check each and every transaction, that the golden principle is that whenever there will be a title transfer, the same will be treated as supply of goods. Whenever there will be a right to use transfer, the same will be treated as supply of services. That is what is the thing which has been mentioned. I request everyone, please change your name in Zoom with your actual name, so that I can interact with you with your name only. जैसे अभी सर ने क्वेश्चन पूछा and the name is admin, okay, so you can convert it with your own name so that we can interact. And if we'll meet in any physical event, physical seminar, workshop, then also we can interact with. Okay, Sandeep sir, thank you. Now, next, section number 8. Sir, I just require your attention on the screen. Just check the number 8. You don't think so? Number 8 is a mixture of 00, 00. Number 8 is the mixture of 00. Am I right? Number 8 is a mixture of 00. So this section is related to mixed and composite supply. मैंने पहले ही बोला था, memory techniques are not based on any technical things. These are very simple. Okay. So section number 1, number 8, section number 8, number 8 is a mixture of 00. So this section is related to mixed and composite supply. And as we all know, the importance of mixed and composite supply. Okay. It is quite important for all of us. Sir, I am trying to give you the memory technique for the heading of the section, as well as I am trying to briefly explain you the crux of the section. Okay. Composite mixed supply. Composite supply and mixed supply. This section number 8 is related to composite supply and mixed supply. And there is very minor difference between these two terms, but the effect of the difference is very huge. And if we'll not determine correctly the difference in such a scenario, there may be a very huge demand in future. Sir, just try to understand this section. Composite supply. Composite supply means two or more supplies which is naturally bundled. One will be the principal supply, another will be the ancillary supply. Two or more supplies naturally bundled. One will be principal supply, another will be ancillary supply. Now, if a particular supply which is consisting of two or more supplies is treated as composite supply, in that case, rate of GST will be applicable at the rate of principal supply. Okay, sir? The rate of GST will be applicable at the rate of principal supply. But in case of mixed supply, two or more supplies will be there, but not naturally bundled. And in that case, the rate of GST will be the highest rate. Suppose there is a two product, one on which on one product the rate of GST is 18%, on another product rate of GST is 28%. In that case, the rate of GST will be applicable in case of mixed supply at the rate of 28%, that is highest rate. Now, while it sorry, while determining the nature of particular supply, if you have wrongly decided a composite supply as a mixed supply or a mixed supply as a composite supply, in that case there may be possibility of two scenarios. You have paid less tax or you have paid excess tax. If you have paid less tax, future litigation will be there. If you have paid excess tax, in such a scenario there will be loss to your taxpayer. Okay, so composite supply, two or more supplies, one will be the principal supply, another will be the ancillary supply, and these are naturally bundled. How we can decide that these are the naturally bundled? Based on the market perception, based on the majority of market players, based on the nature. And mixed supply, two or more supplies which is not naturally bundled or which is not a composite supply, you can say hair oil and the shampoo, this will be treated as mixed supply. And composite supply, mobile and charger. Okay, because this is the market perception, these are naturally bundled. Whenever I will buy a mobile phone, I will get the charger except iPhone. So majority of market players are doing the same practice. Okay, and mixed supply, hair oil and shampoo, you can say a pack of certain specific items, this will be treated as mixed supply. Is that okay, Rathika ji? The example is also okay. So we need to determine that this is my mixed supply, this is my composite supply. Multiple time there is one issue, because I think multiple professionals are also joining this particular workshop, or multiple GST authorities are also joining this session, and multiple GST practitioners has also joining this session. Okay, so sir, bura mat manna. Multiple time we are just thinking that sir, we have to file only the returns, or we only have to maintain the compliances. Why we need to learn the law? Client will provide the data, system will generate the return, will upload it on GST and common portal, or we are involved in the accounting, so we'll just make the accounting of the invoices which has been provided by my client and file the return. Why there is requirement to learn these complex provisions? Sir, when I am here to provide the simplified explanation of the provisions, and the point is that this is just a joke apart. The point is that, sir, now if you want to grow yourself, in that case you have to provide certain additional things to your client. If you are doing the same practices as others, in that case you will never ever be grow, you will just survive. And if you have the idea of knowledge of GST law in a practical way, you can easily implement the same at the time of booking the accounts, at the time of filing the returns. If you have no idea, in that case you are merely filing the returns. But if you have idea of provision of law, you are filing the return in a very perfect way. Today in this workshop, when we'll cover the points related to place of supply, value of supply, time of supply, the litigations, the refunds, will guide you that these provisions affect our personal return filing or professional return filing very well. Okay. And as we all know now, the complete sections, the GST, the income tax, the Companies Act, everything is linked with each other. So we need to be very much focused on the law. Now, section number 8. Number 8 is the mixture of double zero, that is mixed and composite supply. Are you agree with my opinion, sir? Section number 9. Just try to link this word 9. Fine. Just for the memory technique, sir. Certain things in this particular session, in this particular workshop, will provide you for the memory techniques only. No any intention is there, okay, to recall that section. So section number 9, imposing fine. Section number 9, imposing fine. सर, जब से जीएसटी आया है फ्रॉम जुलाई 2017, फ्रॉम जुलाई 2017, multiple amendments, multiple changes, multiple circulars, multiple notifications, multiple things are there. And as a tax professional, we need to read each and everything. We need to learn each and everything. Okay. We have to learn each and everything. So it will be a quite complicated task. Okay. नहीं लगता आपको this is a fine for all of us. Okay. Because we need to give extra time, we need to give extra efforts. And this GST is due to this section number 9, because this is the charging section under GST. And always the charging section will be the very important section for imposing a particular tax. So due to this particular section, we have to make these type of efforts, so we can say this section has imposed us the fine. So section number 9, imposing fine, that is charging section under GST. And this section is saying that, sir, this section is saying that, sir, you have to pay the GST on all intra-state supply CGST not exceeding 20%. That means the maximum rate under GST for CGST is 20%. For SGST is 20%. Okay. Except the alcoholic liquor for the human consumption. That means alcoholic liquor for the human consumption पर GST नहीं लगेगा. No GST will be applicable on the alcoholic liquor for human consumption. And on 5 petroleum products, GST will be applicable on a future date on the recommendation of the council. These things are mentioned in this section number 9. Okay, now one important thing. Sir, for payment of taxes, there is 2 mechanisms available on GST and common portal. One is forward charge, another is reverse charge. One is forward charge, another is reverse charge. As we all know the concept, okay. These mechanism is also due to section number 9, because in this particular section they have given a specific list of goods, specific list of services that GST will be applicable on account of reverse charge basis on these goods and services. That means recipient is going to make the payment of the taxes. Supplier is not going to make the payment of the taxes. And under reverse charge mechanism, when the recipient is going to make the payment of the taxes, at that time the recipient is going to claim the input tax credit. That is self-invoicing system. And also in case of e-commerce operator, the TCS related provision and the RCM related provisions has also been explained in this specific section. Section number 9, imposing fine. This section is saying that GST will be applicable not exceeding 20% except alcoholic liquor and on 5 petroleum products, and GST will be applicable on the list of goods and services which has been mentioned in section number 9 subsection 3 under reverse charge mechanism. So this is also a very important section. Next section. I request everyone, those who have joined the live section, connected with us. This session, this workshop will be very helpful for you. Sir, section number 10. Section number 10. Sir, if you will see the number 10, there is one 0. If you will see the section 10, there is one 0. That is zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit. Sir, when there will be a zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit, can you please suggest? Section number 10, number 10 includes 0. That is zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit. And as we all know, under GST, government has prescribed 2 schemes. One is a regular scheme, another is composition scheme. One is regular scheme, another is composition scheme. In case of regular scheme, the taxpayer is paying the taxes at a normal rate, 5%, 12%, 18%, 28%, and claiming the input tax credit. But for chota taxpayer, small taxpayer, government has come up with a composition scheme. In that composition scheme, taxpayer has to pay the GST at a concessional rate, 1%, 5%, 6%, and taxpayer will not be eligible for claiming the input tax credit. Taxpayer has to make the payment of GST at a concessional rate. That is called as my composition scheme. So section number 10, number 10 includes zero, that is zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit. And as we all know that in case of composition scheme, there will be a zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit. So this section is related to composition scheme. Let's recap all the last 10 sections. Section number one is the commencement of counting, and under GST, section number 1 is related to commencement, short, extent, and title of the GST. Number 3 is indication of something bad, and the authorities who is going to correct the bad things, that is officers under GST. So in this section number 3, they have specified the list of officers under GST. Section number 4 is for your, that is appointment of the officers. Section number 5 is very high, that is powers of the officers. Section number 6, authority fix. Section number 7, S for supply includes. Section number 8 is a mixture of 00. So this section is related to mixed and composite supply. Section number 9, imposing fine, that is charging section under GST. Section number 10, includes zero, that is zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit. Sir, all these 10 sections are okay for everyone? Are you enjoying the session? I just request everyone to put your comments in the chat box. Sir, are you enjoying the session, so that we can start our discussion on the next section, section number 11. All the sections, all the memory techniques are like this only. Okay. And from section number 70 till section number 120 or 125, we have very interesting memory techniques. Okay. On YouTube, sir, you can also comment in the chat box. Section number 11, sir, section number 11, E for exemption. As we all know, there is a list of exemption. Government has provided the list of exempted goods and exempted services, that sir, GST will not be applicable on these goods or services, and that exemption is through the notification. We all know this particular concept, that the exemption of goods or services will always be through the notification. But the power to issue the notification is through this section number 11. The power to issue the notification to exempt a goods or services is through this section number 11 only. So this section number 11, that is E for 11 and E for exemption. E for 11, E for exemption. E for 11, E for exemption. So this section is related to exemptions under GST. Sir, don't think for the recordings, you will get the recordings also. Will provide you a 15 minutes video. In 15 minutes video will cover the complete sections of the CGST Act memory techniques for your reference. So whenever you will go for the departmental audit, whenever you will go for any audit or inspection, or you will go for the reply or filing the returns, you can watch that 15 minutes video and refer all the sections. So we have already created that video and will share with you, not an issue. So section number 11, E for exemption. This section is related to exemptions under GST. Government has given the power that you can go for the exemptions through the notifications. Okay. Section number 12, sir, most important section. कई बार हम सोचते हैं कि these sections are not very important, but these sections are very, very, very important. Now we'll learn certain sections in bunch. So section number 12, 13 and 14 will learn in a bunch. Section 12, section 13, section 14. Now first, section number 12. So number 12 is an indication of time. As we all know, 12 baj gaye. Number 12 is the indication of time. 12, you can check the watch. Number 12 is the indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply. Section number 12, and number 12 is the indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply. Now, I just want to share with you one chart which is very relevant. Time of supply. Now, as we all know, while making the supply, I may involve in the supply of goods or supply of services. Okay. So I need to decide the time of supply in case of supply of goods, in case of supply of services. I need to decide the time of supply for supply of goods, supply of services. Just try to understand this chart very carefully. Time of supply, supply of goods, supply of services. Okay. In case of goods, there may be chances that I am making the supply under forward charge or under reverse charge. In case of supply of services, there may be chances that I am making the supply under forward charge, under reverse charge. Okay. For goods, supply of goods, supply of services. In case of goods, there may be chances that I am making the supply under forward charge, under reverse charge. In case of services, supply under forward charge, under reverse charge. And as we all know, the concept of forward and reverse charge. In case of forward charge, supplier is going to make the payment of taxes. In case of reverse charge, recipient is going to make the payment of taxes and claiming the input tax credit. In case of forward charge, the time of supply will be invoice date. The time of supply will be invoice date. In case of reverse charge, the time of supply will be goods, date of receipt of goods, or payment entry, or debit entry from bank account, or 30 days from date of issue of invoice. Whichever is earlier, that will be treated as my time of supply. Okay. I am also going to briefly explain you the provision. Now, in case of supply of services under forward charge, the time of supply will be invoice or payment, whichever is earlier, because we all know that in case of supply of services, GST will be applicable on account of advances. For example, suppose you have invited me at your location for a session in the month of April, and I have give you my team has given you a fees chart of the session, suppose 5 lakh rupees, and you have provided the 2 lakh rupees advances in the Feb month. So whether GST will be applicable on that 5 lakh rupees? Yes, because I am going to provide you the services, and in case of services, advances on account of services, GST will be applicable on that advances. So I or P, whichever is earlier, the time of supply. In case of reverse charge mechanism, supply of service, the time of supply will be payment or debit entry from bank account or 60 days from issue of invoice. Whichever is earlier, that will be treated as my time of supply. Now, the point is that number 12 is the indication of time. Section number 12 is related to time of supply. So, whenever there will be a talk about the time of supply in case of goods, section number 12 will be there. Whenever there will be a talk about the time of supply in case of services, section number 13 will be there. And now, sir, most important thing, I just want to share with you one example, and through that example, I just want to explain you something. Sir, as we all know that the rate of GST plays a very important role. Okay. If we'll pay GST at a less rate, in that case, there may be chances of litigation in future. कई बार क्या होता है, we are not focusing on the time of supply. Just wait, we'll unmute. Done. I request everyone, please mute yourself so that our discussion will be in a very healthy way. And I request everyone, while watching this video, don't go for other works, because this workshop will be very great initiative from your side, and this will help you a lot. Okay. So I request everyone, please be there. Thank you, Raj sir, for providing the comment in the chat box. Now, kahan tha main bhai? Yes, a specific scenario, sir. time of supply plays a very important role. Whenever we are filing the returns, whenever we are handling the compliances, this term is very, very, very relevant. Okay. Now, just for an example, suppose there is a change in rate of tax. Change in rate of tax. Just for an example, suppose on a product X, the earlier rate was 18%. Now government has changed the rate to 28%. Earlier the rate was 18%. Now government has changed the rate to 28%. Now, earlier the 18% rate was on 20th April 2024. Government has changed the rate 28% on 24th of April. Okay. And taxpayer has made the supply on 22nd of April. In that case, what will be the rate of GST applicable? You can say government has changed the rate on 24th of April. So till 24th of April, the rate of GST will be applicable at the rate of 18%. No, sir. In that case, we have to check the time of supply. And as per the time of supply, there are total 6 rules are there. We'll share with you a separate video for the rules. And if you will check that rules, in that case, you will found the time of supply will be 20th April in certain cases and 28th April in 24th April in certain cases. So that 28% rate will be applicable. But due to less idea about the time of supply, if you have determined the rate as 18% and paid the taxes, or in case of departmental audit or scrutiny, they will raise the demand at the rate of 28%, then the issue will be a very serious matter. You have to pay the remaining 10% with interest with penalty. So we need to be very much careful from that aspect. So this section number 12 and number 12 is indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply under GST. Section number 13, time of supply in case of services. Section number 14 is related to time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. These are the 3 sections which is related to time of supply. So whenever there will be any notice, any question related to TOS, time of supply, we just need to focus on section number 12, section number 13, section number 14. This is related to supply of goods. This will be applicable in case of supply of services. This will be applicable in case of change in rate of tax. Okay, this is my time of supply. Now, नेक्स्ट सेक्शन सर, ये चार्ट्स आपको कैसे लग रहे हैं? आर यू अंडरस्टैंडिंग द लॉ इन अ वेरी सिंप्लीफाइड वे विद द रेफरेंस ऑफ चार्ट्स? सेक्शन नंबर 15. Thank you, sir, for your response in the chat box. So I'm excited to share with you one specific information, not an advertisement, just it is an information. Okay, because whatever I'm going to share with you in this particular session will be information from my side. So recently I have developed the chart book on GST, you can say. In this particular book, we have covered the complete CGST Act, complete IGST Act in charts form. Also in this book, we have covered the complete drafting techniques, the complete notice reading techniques, the complete litigation handling techniques in charts only. And this is a colorful book. Okay. So this is just an information from my side. This is the book, and this book is in diary size. Okay. So I'm very excited to share this information because we have already sold 1000 copies of this book in our pre-launch offer. Sir, this is a colorful chart book, and this is the size of this book. The price of this book is actual price is 2099, but for certain days it is available for 1499. The price is 1499. We'll discuss later on. Abhi just chart ki baat aayi, so I have covered this. Okay. I have just covered this. Yes, we'll share everything. Now just focus on the sections. Okay. Just chart की बात आई तो मुझे recall हो गया कि I need to show that book as well to all of you. This is our initiation and this is India's first book in which we have covered the complete CGST Act, IGST Act in charts. And with this book, we are providing complete recorded video of the analysis of this book around 8 to 9 hours so that everyone can understand the book easily. Although, if you will carry this book with you, in that case, you can recall each and every section in just fraction of minutes. Okay, complete memory techniques. Also in this book, we have written the memory techniques with every section, so that if you want to recall, you can easily recall. Because whenever we have this workshop, in that workshop will provide that book at a concessional price, that is 1499. Okay, now section number 15, just focus on section number 15. Sir, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6. 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix. 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix. And this section is related to valuation under GST. And this section is also very, very, very relevant for all of us. Section number 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix. And this section is very relevant for all of us, that is valuation. And valuation plays a very important role, as we all know, because if we'll decide the wrong valuation of a particular supply, in such a scenario there may be a huge demand in future. Okay, multiple time what we are doing, we are receiving the returns from our client and we are uploading it on our portal and filing the returns. Sir, we also need to check that the rate is correct or not, that the rate is correct or not, which has been there. We also need to check these type of things. Okay, now section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix. So this section is related to valuation under GST. And as per section number 15, they have clearly mentioned that when buyer and supplier are not the related party and price is the sole consideration, in that case, the transaction value will be treated as value of supply. For example, suppose I want to buy a mobile phone and I have visited the Reliance Digital Store and I have bought one mobile phone from Reliance Digital Store for 25,000 rupees. I have paid 25,000 rupees and I bought that mobile phone from Reliance Digital. Okay. Now in that case, that 25,000 will be treated as value of supply, because me and Mukesh Ambani, not the related party, and price is the sole consideration. I have already only paid 25,000 rupees to the Reliance Digital. So in that case, the transaction value will be treated as value of supply. And if there will be any incidental expenditure, like loading expenditure, unloading expenditure, transportation expenditure, the same will be added for calculation of the valuation. Okay, and now the crux is there. If the price is not the sole consideration and buyer and supplier are related party, in that case, how will decide the value of supply? So for that purpose, we have multiple valuation rules. Rule number 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 31A. So suppose while analyzing the financial statement of your client, you found that the taxpayer has made a particular supply to the distinct person under same PAN number from Jodhpur to Gujarat. In such a scenario, we just need to check the valuation, because in that case, the valuation should be decided as per valuation rule number 28. Actual transaction value will not be treated as value. So I request everyone, whenever you will go for the income tax audit, or whenever you will go for the GSTR 9 and 9C, you just need to analyze the financial statement very carefully, that if there is any transaction between principal and agent, if there is any transaction between the distinct person, or you found that for a particular supply there is a very less amount has been received, in that case, what will be the other consideration? In that case, we have to take the reference of rule number 27. So this is a very important section on which we need to focus very carefully. So section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix, valuation under GST. Next section, very interesting, very important, and you can say the heart of GST. Section number 16. Sir, the memory technique for this section is in Hindi. Is that okay for everyone? Can I give you the memory technique in Hindi? Okay, sir, we'll go for the memory technique in Hindi. And this will be a very interesting memory technique. Okay. Rajesh sir, for this, just recap this section in Hindi. Okay, just try. We'll provide you the technique. Okay, we'll enjoy. Section number 16. Just this one section. Section number 16. सर मैं आपको सिखाऊंगा, आई विल टीच यू दैट हाउ यू कैन लर्न द हिंदी फॉर दिस स्पेसिफिक सेक्शन. सेक्शन नंबर 16. 16 को हिंदी में बोलते हैं 16. 16 को हिंदी में बोलते हैं 16. नाउ द पॉइंट इज दैट, sir, there is one important component is there under GST, that is input tax credit. There is one very important component is there under GST, that is input tax credit. Sir, I request don't buy this book now. Okay, we'll share with you something now. If you will check the portal, the price will be 2099 because the actual price will be there. So this is the company price. Now as a speaker, when I am doing something, I will provide you the discount through the certain QR codes or certain codes. So just wait. Okay, we'll provide you the things. Now we just need to focus on the memory techniques. Section number 16, 16. There is one important component, that is input tax credit. And sir, this is the heart of GST. Why I am saying? Because the 90% of the litigations are merely due to this input tax credit. Why? Because sir, if I want to claim the input tax credit, then first I need to check that this particular invoice supply is used in the course or furtherance of business or not. Then after, I need to check various conditions, that the same input is reflected in GSTR 2B or not, the client has received the goods or not, okay, the invoice is available or not, supplier has paid the made the payment of taxes or not, filed the return or not, or the recipient has made the payment to the creditors within 180 days. That is what is the thing also we need to check. I also need to check the reversals as per rule number 42, 43. I also need to check that the input tax credit is blocked under section 17 subsection 5 or not. So there are multiple filters are there. And as we all know, when the number of filters will increases, then the chances of mistakes or chances of error will increases. And whenever there will be a huge number of errors in such a scenario, there will be chances of notices. Hence, I am saying this section is the heart of GST. And sir, with 100% confidence, I am saying you one thing, that now departmental authorities are also issuing the notices merely on account of reconciliations or input tax credit. 3B1, 2B1. Reddy sir is also there on YouTube. Sir, there are a lot of concepts are there on which there are a lot of issues is there in GST. But departmental authorities are also not focusing on that. They are also focusing on the reconciliations. So sir, as a tax consultant, as a tax professional, we should make ourselves competent to provide the response in case of complex situations which will be arises in very near future, because now authorities are also going to issue the notices on account of technical part of the law. So we need to focus on that as well. And in this particular workshop will give you the idea as well how we can make ourselves competent for that. Now, for claiming the input tax credit, we need to pass multiple exams and we need to cross multiple filters. Then only I will be eligible to claim the input tax credit. And हिंदी में एक कहावत है, 16 आने सच. If anything which is 16 आने such, that means if anything which crosses or pass every examination, in that case, that will be eligible and that will be equal to the 16 आने such. So for input tax credit section number 16, the memory technique is 16 आने such ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. 16 आने such ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. 16 आने सच आईटीसी मिलेगी फटाफट. दिस सेक्शन इज रिलेटेड टू इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट. सर कैसी लगी मेमोरी टेक्निक? हैव यू गेट द आइडिया अबाउट द मेमोरी टेक्निक? सेक्शन नंबर 16, 16 आने सच आईटीसी मिलेगी फटाफट. व्हेन योर इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट विल क्वालिफाई ऑल द फिल्टर्स, then also that input tax credit will be eligible for you. So section number 16, 16 आने सच ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. And in that particular section they have clearly mentioned that if there will be any inward supply which is used in the course or furtherance of business, you are eligible. But you need to check section number 16 subsection 2 various conditions. And conditions are: invoice should be there, the same is reflected in 2B, you have received the goods, supplier has made the payment of taxes, file the returns. Also they have clearly mentioned that sir, you have to make the payment to the creditors within 180 days, otherwise you need to reverse the input tax credit. You also need to check that the maximum or the extended time period to claim the input tax credit as per section number 16 subsection 4. You also need to check the various rules, rule number 42, 43, 17, 5 की blocked credit. So these are the things which is mentioned in this section number 16. Section number 16, 16 आने सच ITC मिलेगी फटाफट, and this is the most important section for all of us. Because हम सब ये मानते हैं कि this section is important, but in my view, sir, section number 12, 13, 14, section number 15 is also very important. These sections related to place of supply, very, very, very important. Now, the next section, section number 17. Sir, there is one perception in the market that number 17 is something danger, satra khatra. Number 17 is related to danger zone. Number 17 is related to danger zone, satra khatra. Am I right? And this section is also very dangerous for us because this section is going to restrict the input tax credit. This section is going to restrict the input tax credit, that is apportionment of input tax credit. And in this particular section, they have clearly mentioned that any inward supply, if the recipient is going to use for the personal as well as for the business purpose, in that case, ITC will be partially allowed, that is restriction. Second, they clearly mention if any inward supply which you are using for the taxable supply as well as for the exempted supply, then also you will be eligible for the partial input tax credit. They have clearly mentioned that, sir, there is one specific section, section number 17, subsection 5, and in that case they have defined certain activities that GST is blocked. That is blocked credit under GST in case of motor vehicle, in case of vessels, in case of aircraft, in case of food and beverages, in case of works contract. I think you all know the concept of plant or machinery and plant and machinery, safari retreat judgment, and the planning of government. Okay, so this is section number 17, which is very danger because this section is going to put certain restrictions for the eligibility of input tax credit, that is 17.5 and various restrictions. Ratika ji, you may ask this question separately from me because now this session is related to memory techniques. Oh, okay. So you can connect with me after this particular workshop, or you can connect with me on Monday by 10:30. We'll provide you the response. Okay, because there is a certain things which I need to discuss with you. Then only I will be able to provide you the response. Okay. Freely you can call me. Okay, we'll share the contact details. You can take the appointment and you can definitely call me. Not an issue. Section number 18. Sir, is that okay, Ratika ji? Section number 18. Just try to link the word 18 happy. कुछ मिला नहीं तो ये बना दिया. Section number 18 making you happy because this section is providing you the eligibility to claim the input tax credit. And whenever we're eligible to claim the input tax credit, that will be the great situation for all of us, that we are claiming the input tax credit. And this section talks about the eligibility to claim the input tax credit, that is credit in special circumstances. Credit in special circumstances. Section number 18 making you happy. Okay, thank you, Chiranjeev ji, for erasing the things. Section number 18, making happy. Section number 18, making happy. This section is going to provide you. This section is going to provide you the credit in special circumstances. What do you mean by this? As per this section, if a particular taxpayer who is liable to take the GST registration due to the threshold limit, and the taxpayer is going to apply for the GST registration within 30 days from the date of liability. In that case, as on the date of liability, whatever will be the input goods which is held by that particular person in the stock, that person will be eligible to claim the input tax credit. Second, they have clearly mentioned in this particular thing that suppose a particular supply was exempted, but now the same has been taxable. So as on the date of liability, whatever will be the input goods which is held by the person on stock, as on the date of liability, now the person will be eligible to claim the input tax credit. Because earlier the supply was exempted, now the supply will be taxable. So now the person will be eligible to claim the input tax credit. Next, if In this particular section, they have clearly mentioned, suppose earlier the taxpayer was registered under composition scheme, but now the taxpayer is going to convert it into the regular person. In such a scenario, as on the date of the liability, whatever will be the input goods which is available in the stock, the person will be eligible to claim the input tax credit. Basically, section number 18 is going to provide us the special circumstances in which I will be eligible to claim the input tax credit. So this section is related to my happy news. Section number 18, making happy in case of new registration, in case of exempted to taxable, in case of composition to regular. Section number 18, making happy. Next section, section number 19, very interesting. And memory technique is also very interesting for this section. Section number 19, sir, just try to understand. There is one concept or one perception in everyone's mind. If I will do something, I will do with 100% efficiency. But if the same work will perform by others, in that case, the other will perform with less efficiency. Am I right? मैं पढ़ा रहा हूं, I am trying to teach in a best way. If someone else is going to teach, in that case, that will teach in a very less efficiency. That is what is the concept in my mind. That means if I will perform a task, I will perform as 21, and if someone else is going to perform, that person will perform as 19. That means अगर मैं कोई काम करूंगा तो 21 करूंगा, दूसरा कोई करेगा तो 19 करेगा. That is work performed by others, and this section number 19 is related to work performed by others. Section number 19 is related to work performed by others, that is job worker. And in this particular section, they have clearly mentioned that if a principal is going to take the services of job worker and the job worker is not registered under GST, in that case, the place of job worker should be added as an additional place of business. And if the principal has sent any input goods to the place of that job worker, in that case, the same should be returned back within 1 year. Otherwise, the same will be treated as supply. And if any capital goods has been supplied to the particular person, in that case also the same should be returned back within 3 years. Otherwise, the same will be treated as supply. So whenever we'll check the job work register, we also need to check these things, that the goods has been returned back within 1 year. Capital goods has been returned back within 3 years. Otherwise, the same will be treated as supply. So we need to be very much focused from that perspective. So section number 19, if I will perform a work, I will perform 21, someone else will perform 19. That is work done by others, that is job worker. And this section is related to job worker under GST. हिंदी में, मैं कोई काम करूंगा 21 करूंगा, दूसरा कोई काम करेगा 19 करेगा, वर्क परफॉर्म बाय अदर्स, that is job worker. Section number 20, very interesting section. Section number 20, whenever we'll see the number 20, one concept is there, 2020. Whenever we'll see the number 20, one concept is there, 2020, that is distribution. 2020, distribution of ITC, distribution of input tax credit by the input service distribution. 2020, whenever we'll see the 2020, that is distribution. Distribution of ITC by input service distributor. Now, sir, what do you mean by this input service distributor? Can we explain? Yes, definitely. I will explain you the concept. Just for an example, suppose there is one head office which is situated at Jodhpur, Rajasthan. And there is one branch. One is at Gujarat, another is at Tamil Nadu, third one is at Telangana. Okay, 3 branches are there. Now, head office has taken certain services from a particular consultant. Okay? And head office has paid a fees of 1 crore rupees on GST, suppose 18%, 18 lakh rupees. Now, head office has taken these services for all the branches. So, head office has to transfer the input tax credit as well. So now head office has to transfer the input tax credit. Now, for transferring the input tax credit, head office has to take the registration as an input service distributor. And then after, head office can distribute the input tax credit in the ratio of turnover. Suppose the turnover is 33.33 divided by 100. 33.33 divided by 100. 33.33 divided by 100. In that case, the ITC will be transferred for each and everyone 6 lakh, 6 lakh, 6 lakh. But for transferring the input tax credit, that person has to take the registration as an input service distributor, and the same is mentioned in this section number 20, that is distribution of input tax credit. And in that section they have clearly mentioned that if a head office is going to take the services on behalf of company as a whole, and the head office wants to transfer the input tax credit related to that service to various branches, in that case head office has to take the registration as an input service distributor, and after that the head office can distribute the input tax credit in the ratio of turnover of the preceding financial year. And if the turnover is not there in the preceding financial year, in that case the turnover of last quarter will take. Now suppose, for example, the head office has distributed 666 to various branches, but after checking they found that गुजरात को उनको 8 ट्रांसफर करना था, तेलंगाना को 4, तमिलनाडु को 4, तमिलनाडु को 6. They have to transfer 8 lakh rupees to Gujarat, 4 lakh rupees to Tamil Nadu, and 6 lakh rupees to Telangana. So there is less distribution in case of Gujarat and there is excess distributor in case of Tamil Nadu. So can they adjust the same? Yes, as per section number 21 of the CGST Act, if they want to reduce or increase the input tax credit which has been distributed by the input service distributor, then debit and credit note can be issued. So debit and credit note is mentioned in section number 21. Sir, let's recap all the 21 sections. Number 1, section number 1. Number 1 is the commencement of counting, and under GST section number 1 is related to commencement, short, extent, and title. Number 3 is indication of something bad and the authority who is going to correct the bad things, that is officers under GST. Section number 4 is for your, that is appointment of the officers. Section number 5, very high, that is powers of the officers. Section number 6, authority fix. Section number 7, S for supply. Section number 8, is a mixture of 00, that is mixed and composite supply. Section number 9, imposing fine, that is charging section under GST. Section number 10, includes 0, that is 0 eligibility to claim the input tax credit. Section number 11, E for exemptions. Section number 12 is indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply in case of goods. 13, time of supply in case of supply of services. 14, time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix. Section number 16, 16 में such ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. Section number 17, danger restrictions to claim the input tax credit. Section number 18, making you happy, that is credit in special circumstances. Section number 19, work performed by others, that is job worker. Section number 20, that is distribution of input tax credit by the input service distributor, and if excess and less distributed, the same can be adjusted through debit or credit note, and the same is mentioned in our section number 21. Sir, all the 21 sections are okay for everyone. Are you enjoying the session? I hope this session is not boring. Are you getting the points which I want to share with you? Thank you everyone on YouTube. You can also comment. Section number 21 is related to reduction in the input tax credit distributed by the input service distributor. Section number 20, we have covered the distribution of ITC by the input service distributor. But if the input service distributor has distributed any excess input tax credit, then the same can be reversed by the debit or credit note through the section number 21. Is that okay? Section number 22. Before moving to section number 22, anyone wants to buy that particular book? Then I have shared one Google form link. Anyone wants to buy the book? Then I have shared one Google form link, and this QR code is here. You just need to scan this QR code and pay 1499 and fill the Google form. Okay. You may fill post session, not an issue. The price 1499 is available for today only. And this is a guaranteed book from my side. After getting this book, if you will not satisfied with the content, we'll refund you the amount. That type of guarantee we are providing, because I have authored this book and I have given around 1 year to prepare this book to cover complete CGST or IGST Act in charts, to cover the complete crux of the sections in the chart book. Okay. So if anyone wants to place the order, just scan the QR code. Payment is 1499 and fill the Google form which I have shared. Okay, which I have shared. Anyone, I require that if possible for everyone, if possible for you to invest 1499, then please invest for your knowledge. I assure you that this will be a great investment from your side towards your knowledge. Okay. Also, in this particular workshop, we have one very specific. The QR code is here on the screen. The QR code is available on the screen. You can check the screen. You will find the QR code. Okay. And if you will face any issue, in that case, just WhatsApp on this number. My team member will give you the complete details. Okay. Now, let's start our discussion. Sir, I again request, this is not any type of advertisement. In my every session, I am just going to share these things because I want that everyone should have the idea of law, knowledge of GST law. Okay, or everyone can very easily learn the GST. Why I need to go for the Bare Act, or why I need to learn very complex books when we have the simplified books? That is what is the purpose, to provide the books in a very simplified way. Okay, so let's start our discussion. Section number 22. Sir, section number 22. As we all know, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration. Basically, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration. Don't think about 40. Basic limit, now 20. 20 is the limit to take the GST registration, we can say. 20 is the limit to take the GST registration. Just wait for a single second. An important call is there. Just wait for a single second. Now, as you all know, section 22. 20 is the limit to take the GST registration. 20 is the limit to take the GST registration. Okay, basically. So this, just try to link this word 22. As we all know, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration, and under GST, section number 22 is related to registrations under GST. This section is saying that if the turnover has crossed the limit of 20 lakh rupees, in that case, the taxpayer has to take the GST registration. And in case the taxpayer is exclusively dealing in the goods, and if the turnover crosses the limit of 40 lakh rupees, in that case, the taxpayer has to take the GST registration. And for certain specified 8 states, the limit to take the GST registration is 10 lakh rupees. So this section number 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration. So this section number 22 is related to registrations under GST. Section 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration, and under GST, section number 22 is related to registrations under GST. Section number 23, just try to link the word 23. Just try to link 23 free. Section 23 free. Section 23 free. That means in this particular section, they have specified the scenario in which no need to take the GST registration. If the taxpayer is exclusively involved in the exempted supply or exclusively involved in the agricultural produce related supply, in that case, no need to take the GST registration. Section 23 free. No need to take the GST registration if you are exclusively involved in the exempted supply or in case of your agricultural produce related supply. So no need to take the GST registration. Section 23, free. No need to take the GST registration. Section 24, just try to link the word 24. Section 24, sure. Section 24, sure. You need to take the GST registration, not based on your turnover limit. Section 24, sure. You have to take the GST registration if the taxpayer is involved in interstate supply. If the taxpayer is involved in interstate supply, if in case of casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person, will provide you the definition of CTP and NRTP very soon. Okay. In case of TDS deductor, TCS collector, in that situation you have to take the GST registration, whatever will be your turnover limit. So section 23, free, no need to take the GST registration. Section 24, sure, you have to take the GST registration in these scenarios. Section 25, procedure defined. Just try to link the word. Section 25, procedure defined. Section 25, procedure defined. This section is going to provide you the procedure of GST registration. Sir, in our day-to-day practices, we are following the procedure. We are filing the registration application. We are applying through the GST and common portal. But the question is that from which section the same process is coming? So from section number 25, procedure defined. In this particular section, they have clearly mentioned that you have to apply on the GST and common portal with relevant documentation. First TRN will be generated. Then after you have to submit the further details related to your principal place of business, additional place of business, HSN code, bank account. Your ARN will be generated after Aadhaar authentication. Then your file will be assigned to the departmental authority. Departmental authority may approve, may issue the so-cause notice, may mark for the physical verification. After satisfaction, they may approve your application or they may reject the application. The complete process is mentioned in section number 25. Sir, whenever there will be a notice on account of the registration, we need to take the reference of section 25 only. Hence, I am saying that these sections plays very important role, because whenever you will draft a reply and you will reflect or you will mention the reference of section in your reply, the weightage of your reply will automatically enhanced. So section 25, procedure defined, procedure related to registration. Section 26, फिक्स तो आना है. Section 26, Section 26, registration fix. Section 26, registration fix. This section is saying that after applying for a GST registration on the GST and common portal, if departmental authority is not going to issue any show cause notice or reject your application within the specified period, that is 30 days, in that case your registration application will be treated as suo motu approved. Now, if you have applied for GST registration, if the authority is not going to take any action in 30 days, in that case, you just need to write a letter to your judicial officer with reference to section number 26 that, sir, the timeline of 30 days has already been lapsed. So our registration is fixed. Deemed approval of registration. Section 26, registration fix. Section 26, registration fix. Next section. Section 27. Sir, very interesting sections are there in near future. So stay connected with us. Section 27. Section 27. Just try to link the word 27 taking favor. Section 27 taking favor. Section 27 taking favor. Taking favor of non-resident taxable person and casual taxable person. Sir, these two types of taxable person, NRTP and casual taxable person, are certain specified persons. You can say. What do you mean by specified person? That means if a particular person who is a non-resident and wants to take the GST registration in India, in such a scenario, that person has to pay advance tax liability and that person will get the GST registration for a limited amount of time. The same will be applicable in case of casual taxable person. Suppose I am registered in Jodhpur, Rajasthan, and I want to participate in an exhibition which is going to be held at Karnataka. In that case, if I am going to sell certain things at that exhibition, then I have to take the GST registration for 30 days, for 60 days, for 90 days. In that case, I need to apply as a casual taxable person. Whenever you are going for the GST registration, while filing the application, you will also found the term as casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person, and we have to select the same. So this section number 27, taking favor of casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person. So this section is related to casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. Section 28. Section 28. Section 28, very great. Section 28, very great. Why very great? Because this section is providing the opportunity of amendments. And sir, whenever we'll get the chance to amend anything, that will be a great moment for all of us. So this section number 28, very great, that is providing the opportunity for amendments of the returns. Sir, on GST and common portal, we are filing the amendments through core field, through non-core field, by multiple amendments in the principal place of business, additional place of business, HSN code, bank account, director details, partner details, mobile number, mail ID. This is the procedure. And the power of that procedure is coming through this section number 28. So now, today onwards, we all will be in a situation that whenever someone will ask that, sir, you are going to amend. Yes, we are amending with reference to section number 28. Because section number 28 is very great, providing the opportunity for the amendments of the registration particulars. Section 28, very great. Section 29. Section 29, denying. 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 This section is going to deny your registration, that is cancellation of GST registration. Section 29, denying, that is cancellation of registration. Sir, section 29, denying, that is cancellation of registration. As we all know, if we are not supposed to file the return for a 6 month, for a period of 3 months, or if we are involved in a fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of facts related activities, then departmental authority may cancel our registration. And whenever they will cancel the registration, they will pass the order in section number 28. So the purpose of development of memory technique is that whenever we are getting the notices from the departmental authority, we all should be able, with reading or with reference to the section, we all should be in a situation to understand the purpose of the notice. Many time I am saying that, sir, whenever we are getting the notices, we are first focusing to prepare the reply. I request, first check the genuineness, verification, authority of the notice. First check why the notice has been issued, then after go for the preparation or drafting. We are focusing on the drafting techniques. First, we need to learn the notice reading techniques. Section number 29, denying, that is cancellation of GST registration. And the next section, very important. Section number 30. Section number 29, denying, that is cancellation of registration. And section number 30, just try to link the word 30, not very dirty. Section number 30, not very dirty. Section number 30, not very dirty. Why? Because this section is going to provide us the opportunity for revocation of cancellation. Section number 29, denying, cancellation of registration. Section 30 is not very dirty because this section is providing us the opportunity for revocation of registration. We may file an application. We may file an application before the authority. We may file an application before the authority for the revocation of registration in case of cancellation of registration with the required proofs. Okay, and if will not avail the benefit of revocation, or the application under the revocation has been rejected, in such a scenario we have to go for the appeal. Section number 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration, and this section number 22 is related to registrations under GST. Section number 23, free, no need to take the GST registration in case of agriculturalist, in case of exclusively exempted products. Section number 24, sure, you need to take the GST registration. Section number 25, procedure defined. Section number 26, registration fixed, that is deemed approval of registration. Section number 27, taking favor of the non-resident taxable person and casual taxable person. Section number 28, very great, providing the opportunity for amendments of the registration. Section number 29, denying, that is cancellation of registration. Section number 30 is not very dirty because providing the opportunity for revocation of registration. Sir, all the 30 sections are okay for everyone? Can we start our discussion on the next section, section number 31? Yes. Section number 31. Balaji sir is providing the response in a very fastest basis. I think Mr. Balaji is learning something. Yes, Balaji, are you enjoying? Jai Balaji. Thank you, sir, for your prompt response, because your response plays a very important role. Section 31. Section 31, invoicing done. Section 31, invoicing done. Section 31, invoicing done. Sir, one more information. In this particular month, we have 5 important webinars, and all these 5 webinars are freely available. Okay. So we'll share the details with you as well. And these 5 webinars are very interesting. How to close the financial year, related to invoice management system, related to your MNST scheme 128A, related to growth of the practices. So I request everyone to join these 5 webinars. Okay, very important. This will completely change your perception towards your practice. Okay, so just try. And each and every webinar is in a very unique way, in a very innovative way. Okay, no need to make any extra efforts after joining the session. So we'll try to share the links with all of you, and otherwise you can check the same through Google. Okay, if we miss to share with you. So section number 31, just try to link the word 31, invoicing done. Section 31, invoicing done. Section 31, invoicing done. This section is related to invoicing under GST. And as we all know, the importance of invoicing. If you will put any wrong field on your invoicing, then departmental authority may impose the penalty on you. If the departmental authority will detain your goods during the transportation with the wrong particulars in the invoice, they may impose the penalty on you. In this session, we'll also discuss that how you can provide the response in case of penalty. But first, the point is that section number 31, invoicing done. And in this particular section, they have clearly mentioned that the taxpayer has to maintain the invoicing. All the required particulars should be there. All the particulars required. All the particulars should be required on that particular invoices, like HSN code should be there, the IGST, CGST, the taxable value, the HSN code, the supplier details, the buyer details, all these things are mandatorily required on this invoicing. So section number 31, invoicing done. And this section is saying that invoice should be prepared before making the supply. And in case of services, before making the provision of service, the invoicing is mandatorily required. Okay. Sir, I have already shared the scanner. Please, at the end of session, we'll again share. Not an issue. You can capture now, or we'll share after the session. Okay. Or you can connect on the number which I have given. Section number 31, invoicing done. Section number 32. Just try to check the section number 32. Section number 32. Just try to link the word section number 32 to collection of tax. That is unauthorized collection of tax. This section, section number 32, that is to collection of to collection of tax, and this section is saying that sir, the taxpayer is not eligible to collect the tax unauthorized. That means suppose on invoice the tax amount is mentioned at 500 rupees, so taxpayer is only eligible to collect 500 rupees. Taxpayer cannot collect 550 rupees. That is what is the important thing which we need to keep in our mind. So section 32, just try to link this word to with this two. Section 32, to collection of the tax, the taxpayer will not be eligible for the unauthorized collection of the taxes. Section 32, to collection of the taxes, that is unauthorized collection of the taxes. Whenever the departmental authority will raise any notice on account of the invoices, they will always raise the notice in section number 32. Section number 33, just try to link this word 33, THIRTY, 33. 33 mandatory. Just try to link this word 33 mandatory. Section number 33 mandatory. This section is saying section number 33 mandatory. Section number 33 mandatory. Section number 33 mandatory. This section is providing the list of details which should be mandatorily required on the invoice. That means on your invoice, the buyer detail, the supplier detail, on the invoice, the tax invoice should be mentioned very clearly. Invoice number, HSN code, the quantity, the taxable value, the discount, the IGST, CGST, SGST, and the signature of authorized person and the bank account details. These are the mandatorily required things on the invoice. So whenever you will suggest to your client that sir, you have to go for the invoicing, or your client is going to, initiate a new business and client is asking for the invoicing, then we need to take the reference of section number 33. Sir, section number 31 is related to invoicing done. This section is saying that you have to generate the invoice for each and every transaction, and also you have to generate the invoice before supply, and in case of services you have to generate before provision of the service. That is what is the requirement of section number 31. Section number 33, mandatory fields on the invoices. Is that okay, Vanita ji? Section 31, invoicing done. Section 33, mandatory. Section 34, very interesting section and very near to my heart. Yes, if you have any question, any query related to the section, while memorizing, while recalling, then you just need to text in the chat box. I am here and I am very happy to provide you the response, because if you are asking something, that means we all are on a right way. Section number 34. Sir, just try to look on this number 3 and 4. Section 34, 3 and 4. Just try to look on this number 3 and 4. Sir, when I am reporting my outward supply, in my GSTR1 return, and suppose when I am reporting my outward supply in my GSTR1 return, and suppose if there is any reduction in my outward supply due to any discount, due to sales return, due to any marginal, due to any rate difference, in that case I have to issue the credit note. Am I right? And when I am reporting the invoice in my GSTR1 return, and if there will be any enhancement in the supply due to any debit note, you can say due to rate difference, due to margin money, in that case I have to issue the debit note. Due to credit note, there is a reduction in the outward supply. Due to debit note, there is an enhancement in the outward supply. Did you think this 3 is a reduction, this 4 is an enhancement? So this section number 34 is related to credit and debit note under GST. Section number 34, debit and credit note under GST. Section number 3, that is section number 34, number 3 is related to credit note, that is reduction in the outward supply. 4 is the enhancement in the outward supply. So conclusively we can say section number 34 is related to credit and debit note under GST. I hope everyone is okay with this section number 34. Sir, Raj sir, section number 21 was related to reduction and enhancement in case of invoices of input service distributor. And section number 34 is related to credit and debit note in normal all other circumstances. Okay, whenever you will get this book, if you will buy this book, Simplify GST, the memory chart guide, whenever you will whenever you will get this book, you will get one list. Okay, there is one clubbing of these sections. You need to learn in conjunction with each other. Okay, so that it will be very easy. Is that okay, Raj sir? Section number 21 is related to ITC, that is input service distributor, and section number 34 is related to credit or debit note. नेक्स्ट सेक्शन सर 34 कैसा लगा मेमोरी टेक्निक्स, जस्ट लेट मी नो. सेक्शन नंबर 35, just try to link this word 35, just try to link this word 35 with justify. Section number 35, justify. Section number 35, justify. This section is talks about the records which is justified under GST. Section 35, justify, that is records which is justified under GST. Records which is justified under GST. Section 35, justify, that is records which is justified under GST. Now, under GST, there is requirement that you have to maintain the cash ledger, the purchase ledger, the journal ledger, the sales ledger, the fixed assets ledger. All these documents are mandatorily required. So, the documents which is required to be mandatorily is mentioned in section number 35, justify. These are the documents which the taxpayer should maintain. Section number 36. Sir, just look on the number 3636. इस 6 से आप लेकर के आओगे 6 year retention, 6 year retention, and as per this section, section number 36, 6 year retention. Section number 36, 6 year retention. This section is saying that under GST the document should be retained for the 6 years, that is 72 months. So this section number 36 is related to time limit to maintain the documentation. Time limit to maintain the documentation. This section is related to timeline to maintain the documentation. Section number 36, 6 years tak you need to maintain the documentation under GST. And 6 years, that is 72 months. Now, next section, very important, very relevant. For explaining the next section, you just need to understand one important component first. Sir, the due date to file the GSTR1 return now is 11th of subsequent month. Am I right? The due date to file the GSTR1 return is 11th of subsequent month. But for getting the memory technique, as we all know, the due date for the GSTR1 return earlier, at the time when the GST law was introduced, the date was, just comment me in the chat box, the due date to file the GSTR1 return at the time of earlier stage of GST, that is 2017-18. What will be the due date to file the GSTR1 return? 10th of the subsequent month. And for memorizing the section number 37 and certain other sections, just try to keep it in your mind that the due date was 10th. Okay, so as we all know that section number 37, 3 plus 7 is equal to 10, and we all know 10th was the due date to file the GSTR1 return. I have used the word was. 10th was the due date to file the GSTR1 return, and GSTR1 return is related to outward supply, because we all are reporting the outward supply in our GSTR1 return. So GSTR1 return was related to outward supply, and this section number 37 is related to outward supply under GST. So this GSTR1 return which we are filing on regular basis is only due to this section number 37. 3 plus 7 is equal to 10. 10 was the due date to file the GSTR1 return, and in GSTR1 return we all are reporting the outward supply. Hence this section number 37 is related to outward supply under GST. In this particular section, they have clearly mentioned that the taxpayer is to file the GSTR1 return, report the supply, that is outward supply, B2B, B2CS, the credit note, the debit note, the exempted supply, the export related supply, the documentation related summary, the HSN code related summary. Everything which we are filing on common portal is due to this specific section only. Okay, so this is my section number 37. Section number 38, just try to link the word 8. Section number 38, that is fake. Section 38, fake. Section 38, fake. This section is going to provide us the various conditions to reduce the fake input tax credit. This section is providing us the various conditions or various things to reduce the fake input tax credit. And through this particular section, government has specifically mentioned that the taxpayer is eligible to claim the input tax credit only from the GSTR 2B. And if the supplier has paid the taxes, and there should be no any difference between the GSTR 1 and 3B of the supplier, and the recipient who is claimed the input tax credit has filed the previous period return, and there should be no any difference between 3B and 1. So this section number 38, fake, this section is providing the various conditions to to reduce the fake input tax credit. So this section is related to conditions to reduce fake ITC. Section 38, fake. Section 38, fake. Conditions to reduce the fake input tax credit. Section 38, fake. Conditions to reduce the fake input tax credit. Section 39, payment defined. Section 39, just try to link this word 39, define. Section 39, payment defined. Section 39, payment defined. And as we all know, we all are paying the GST. We all are paying the GST through GSTR 3B. By filing the GSTR 1, we are not paying a single rupee to government. When we are filing the GSTR 3B return, we are adjusting our outward supply with the input tax credit and paying the balance amount through the electronic cash ledger. Then only the government will get the revenue. So this section number 39, payment defined, and we all are paying the amount to the government through GSTR 3B. So this GSTR 3B return is mentioned in section number 39, or you can say the GSTR 3B return is in existence due to this section number 39. Now onwards, when we'll file the GSTR 3B return, we'll take one concept in our mind that we'll filing this return, and this section has been, or this return has been coming through the section number 39. And whenever there will be a notice on account of deficiency in GSTR 3B, will provide the response with reference to the section number 39. That is what is the effectiveness in our reply. And I assure everyone, after joining this workshop and at the time of conclusion of this workshop, if you will write a particular reply to the departmental authority, you all will be in a situation to post a reply with reference of section. And the departmental authorities can also take the reference of multiple sections as well. So section 39, payment defined. Sir, next section, section number 40. For providing the memory technique for section number 40, I just need to take one example. Okay. Sir, multiple interesting examples, multiple interesting industry specific examples are also there in near future. So stay connected with us. Because I know to watch me for 5 hours, it's quite difficult. Because अगर हमको कोई 3 घंटे की मूवी भी देखनी होती ना, if I want to watch a movie of 3 hours, in that case also that is a quite difficult, and you need to learn something for these 5 hours, then really it's quite difficult. But believe me, this session, this workshop will be very helpful for you. And whatever we are doing, whatever we are launching, just for the help of the professionals, so that they can understand and learn the GST in a very simplified way. That is what is the purpose only. Okay, हम चाहते तो इस वर्कशॉप को 2 days में डिवाइड कर सकते थे, but due to certain circumstances, due to certain special situations, we are not able to do so, because back to back sessions are there, back to back other things are going on. So this is quite difficult for us. Okay, so just bear with me for 5 hours. Sir, can you please bear me for 5 hours? Is that okay? Section number 40. Just one example is here for you. Okay, so in this particular example, I'm checking that on YouTube also the numbers are very consistent and participants are joining. Okay, has joined from since beginning from 10 a.m. So it is really important. Section number 40. Sir, for example, suppose I was liable to take the GST registration on 15th of April. I was liable to take the GST registration as on 15th of April. My turnover has crossed the limit on 15th of April, 20 lakh rupees. Okay. And I have applied for the GST registration on 20th of April. I have applied for the GST registration on 15th of April. That is 20th of April. And departmental authority has approved my application. Departmental authority has approved my application on 15th of May. Departmental authority has approved my registration application on 15th of May and I got the GSTN. From 20th April till 15th May, I have made certain sales. I have made certain sales based on ARN. I was liable to take the GST registration on 15th of April. I have applied the same on 20th of April and departmental authority has allotted me the GSTN on 15th of May. From 20th April till 15th May, I have made certain sales based on my ARN and charged GST from the taxpayer. Now, after getting the GST registration, I have to issue the revised invoice. Am I right? I have to issue the revised invoice. But from 20th May till 15th month, whatever will be the sales I have made, I am not able to report it while filing the GSTR 3B return of April month because I was not able to file the return itself because my registration got approved on 15th of May. So whenever I will file my first return, I need to report those invoices from 20th April till 15th of May. Am I right? Are you getting the concept? Liability to take the GST registration on 15th of April. I have applied on 20th of April. Departmental authority has approved my application on 15th of May. From 20th April till 15th May, I have made certain sales based on ARN. But I was not able to file my April month return because my registration was pending before the departmental authority. On 15th April, they have approved the application. So whenever I will file my first return of May month, I need to report these invoices. That is called as first return. So under section number 40, just try to understand. From April to May, look on the number 40. From 20th April till 15th May, my turnover, my sales was 4. But I have reported 0 because my registration was not approved by the departmental authority. Or when the departmental authority will approve my registration, at that time I can report in my first return. So section number 40 is related to first return. Whenever you will see this number 40, it should be there in your mind that 4 was the sales, but the taxpayer has not reported the same due to non-approval of the GST registration. So the taxpayer has reported 0. So whenever the same will be filed, the first return, the person can show the same. So this section number 40 is related to first return under GST. Section number 41. Section number 41, ITC claim done. This section is saying that the taxpayer can claim the input tax credit for the inward supply and taxpayer has to make the payment of taxes to the supplier within 180 days. If not, in that case, the reversal should be there. So section number 41, ITC claim done. Section 41, ITC done. Section 41, ITC done. Section 42, 43 removed by the government. Because when the government has come up with the concept of GST at that time, they have come up with GSTR 1, GSTR 2, GSTR 3, mismatch, match, everything was there. But now there is a simplified process, GSTR 1, GSTR 3B, GSTR 2B. Now, so they have removed the reference of section number 42 and 43. Okay, section number 41, ITC done. Section number 44. Very interesting section. Very interesting section. Just look on the number 44. Recently, we all have done this particular type of task. Sir, whenever we are filing the annual return, that is GSTR 9, our purpose is to reconcile the books of accounts with the GST record. I am right? Whenever we are filing the annual return GSTR 9 and 9C, we are just going to reconcile. We are just going to reconcile the sales, the purchase which has been submitted on the GST and common portal in GSTR 1, GSTR 3B with the books of accounts. Am I right? Okay. So this 4 is my books. This 4 is my GST. and we all are going to equalize the books with GST in case of your annual return. So this section number 44 is related to annual return under GST. All the complex things of the GST are 9. Annual return is mentioned in this section number 44. So whenever you will look on the number 4, just imagination will be there in your mind that the first 4 is related to my books, second 4 is related to my GST records, and we are supposed to equalize the books with GST records when we are filing the GSTR 9 return. So this section number 44 is related to annual return under GST. Okay, sir. Section number 45. Section number 45, just try to link the word. 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side. 4 plus 9 is 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side, that is 10. And as we all know, under GST, GSTR 10 is related to final return. So this section number 45 is related to final return under GST. Section number 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side, that is 10. And as we all know, in GST, GSTR 10 is related to final return. So this section is related to final return under GST. Section number 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side. 10 is the GSTR 10 and that is related to final return. So section number 45 is related to final return under GST. I am just repeating certain concepts, the logic behind. I just want to do one thing, that the same should be there in your brain. And sir, we'll share with you a 15 minutes video. And in that 15 minutes video, all the sections has already been covered. So after completion of the workshop for next 2 to 3 days, in a day, you just need to watch that video for one time. After 3 days, ho gaya, every section will be there in your brain. And you can also start the session on memory techniques. Okay. Section number 46. 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. Sir, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. And as we all know, that 10 was the due date to file the GSTR 1 return. And if taxpayer is not going to file the return by 10th of subsequent month, that is GSTR 1, in that case, departmental authority can issue the notice. So this section number 46 is related to notice on account of delay in filing of GSTR 1 return. So whenever you will check your GST and common portal, if the taxpayer has not filed the return for a specific period, and if the departmental authority is going to issue the notice, then the notice will always be in section number 46. Now, whenever you will check the GST and common portal under side panel, you will show section number 46. It will be clearly in your mind that, sir, this is due to delay in filing the return. Section number 46, 4 plus 6 is the 10. And as we all know, 10th was the due date to file the GSTR 1 return. And if you have not filed the return by 10th, in that case, departmental authority may issue the notice. So this section number 46 is related to issue of notices on account of delay in filing the returns. Section number 47. Sir, 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. Section number 47, 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. And as we all know, 10th was the due date to file the GSTR 1 return. But if the taxpayer is going to file the return on 11th, in such a scenario, late fees will also be there. So this section number 47 is saying late fees on account of delay in filing the GSTR 1 return. So whenever you will get the notices from the departmental authority for imposition of late fees, you just need to check that the reference will always be there from section number 47. 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. 10th was the due date to file the return. But if the taxpayer is going to file on 11, then the taxpayer has to pay with late fees. So this section number 47 is related to late fees. Section number 48 is not so relevant because this section is related to GST practitioners only. So this section is not so relevant. Section number 59 till section number 66 is related to audit. We'll start our discussion very soon. But before moving ahead, we'll just take the recap of these 48 sections. Sir, within 3 to 4 minutes, we'll take the recap. Are you excited? Section number one. Number one is the commencement of counting, and under GST, section number one is the commencement, short, extent, and title. Section number three. Number three is the indication of something bad. The officers who is going to correct the bad things, that is officers under GST. Section number 4 is for your, that is appointment of the officers. Section number 5 is very high, that is powers of the officers. Section number 6, authority fix. Section number 7, S for supply. Section number 8, number 8 is a mixture of 00, that is mixed and composite supply. Section number 9, imposing fine, that is charging section. Section number 10, number 10 includes zero, that is zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit in case of composition scheme. Section number 11, E for exemption. Section number 12, 12 is the indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply of goods. 13, time of supply of services. 14, time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix. This section is related to valuation. Section number 16, 16 आने such ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. Section number 17, danger zone, that is restrictions to claim the input tax credit. Section number 18, making you happy, that is special credit in special circumstances. Section number 19, if I will do any work, I will do with 100% perfection, someone else will do with less perfection. मैं कुछ करूंगा 21 करूंगा, दूसरा कोई करेगा 19 करेगा, that is work done by others, that is job worker. Section number 20, that is distribution of input tax credit by the input service distributor. If excess distributed, in that case debit and credit note is there in section number 21. 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration. So this section is related to registrations under GST. Section number 23, free, no need to take the GST registration. Section number 24, sure, you need to take the GST registration. Section number 25, procedure defined. Section number 26, registration fixed, that is deemed approval of registration. Section number 27, taking favor, that is casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person. Section number 28, very great, providing the opportunity for amendment of the registration. Section number 29, denying, that is cancellation of registration. Section number 30 is not very dirty, that is revocation of registration. Section number 31, invoicing done. Section number 32, to collection of the taxes, that is unauthorized collection of the taxes. Section number 33, mandatory fields on the invoices. Section number 34, 3 is my reduction, 4 is my enhancement, that is credit and debit note. Section number 35, justify, records justified under GST. Section number 36, 6-year retention, that is 72 months. Section number 37, 3 plus 7 is equal to 10, and 10 was the due date to file the GSTR1 return, that is outward supply. Section 38, fake, conditions to reduce the fake ITC. Section number 39, payment defined, that is GSTR3B. Section number 40, 4 was the sales, I have reported only 0, that is first return. Section number 41, ITC claim done. Section 42, 43 removed. Section 44, 4 is my books, 4 is my GST records, both are equalized in case of annual return. So section number 44 is related to annual return under GST. Section number 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9, just add 1 from my side, that is 9, 10, and under GST section GSTR 10 is related to final return. Section number 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10, 10 was the due date to file the GST return, and if the taxpayer is not going to file by 10th, in such a scenario notice will be there. Section number 47, 4 plus 7 is equal to 11, if the taxpayer has not filed the return by 10th, in such a scenario late fees will be there. Section number 48, that is GST practitioners. Sir, how are you? How was the all these 45, 48 sections? I require comments or feedback or suggestions from each and everyone for all these 48 sections, because the next 88 sections are also very interesting. We'll start our discussion on section number 40. 9, 50 we'll discuss. Sir, there is requirement of any break? If you require a break, then we may take a break for 15 minutes, not more than that. Then we'll start our discussion on section number 49. Can we take a break for 15 minutes? Okay. Uh, thank you, sir. So before going for the break, I have one more information for you. And that is also not an advertisement. Just like our book Simplify GST, I have one more uh, advertisement for you. I cannot say this is advertisement. This is information from my side, sir. From 3rd of March, we are going to launch our GST comprehensive course. In that particular course, we have already trained around 500 professionals, and just like that memory technique session in that particular course, GST comprehensive course, first thing, that is free. Okay, so this is just an information, not an advertisement. Just keep one thing in your mind, because कई बार क्या होता है, हम लोग जब वर्कशॉप करते हैं और कुछ शेयर करते हैं ना, द पॉइंट इज दैट सर यू आर एडवर्टाइजिंग समथिंग. नॉट एट ऑल, because I am a practicing professional and my purpose to provide the simplified explanation of GST to everyone. And this GST comprehensive course is my dream project. Okay, we have already trained 500 professionals. This is a 45 days course. In this particular course, we'll cover each and every section, each and every rules in a detailed way. Memory techniques we are covering briefly, and we are providing the memory techniques. Okay, in this particular course, we'll cover each and every section, each and every rules in a very detailed way with logics, so that every section, every rules will be there in your brain. And we know that after joining that course, you need not to pass any examination. So we are providing the practical tips of each and every section or rule, how you can use that section and rule practically in your day-to-day practice life. With that, merely the knowledge of sections and provisions is not sufficient. जब तक मुझे I don't know the analytics of that particular provision. Okay, so with that, every section, every rules of C and IGST Act will cover around 250 recent judgments by Honorable High Court, Supreme Court, double AR authority, triple AR authority, or by various officers, so that you can get the idea about the implication of that provision of law. And also will cover around 250 practical problems which are raised by your client in front of you in your day-to-day practice. First thing, will cover the complete GST law in a very unique way, जैसा आपने आज तक कभी नहीं देखा होगा. Every section in a very simplified way. With that, we'll cover 250 case studies, 250 practical problems. And this complete course is just like a TV serial. Every day, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. from 3rd of March. And the important point is that sharp 9:30, you will get the recordings as well. Suppose you have not joined a particular session. In that case, recordings will be there. You can watch the recordings. 8 to 9 p.m. This is the GST comprehensive course. You can say a master course for 45 days. Monday to Friday, the batch will be there. Saturday, Sunday will be off. At the end of the session, we have one examination online as well. This course, sir, are you excited to know about this course, or मैं वैसे ही बोल रहा हूँ? So, because we found that many professionals are facing the issue, they have no idea about the GST law sections. And in this particular course, we'll cover the complete practical filings as well. Not only 3B and 1, we'll cover the refunds, we'll cover the replies, we'll cover the response, we'll cover various ITC forms. We have a tour of complete GST common portal in a very different way. So in this session, we'll cover the theory as well as the practical implication of the things on the GST and common portal. And we'll start our discussion from the basics and we'll take the very advanced level. 45 days. You can also check the Google reviews of the course, which is available on our website, which is available on YouTube. You can ask with the peoples who have joined this particular course. Okay. The actual price of this course was 15,000 and many professionals has already joined that course for 15,000. Now this is the third batch of this particular course and we are providing freely because we have certain associations. So we are providing this course freely, but we just want that maximum participants should enroll for this course. And the most important thing, we just want an assurance that everyone can join this particular course. Okay. With this course, we are providing a study material. That is the important thing. Okay. With this course, we are providing the study material books, because many people are saying we'll just watch the videos, no requirement of book. Sir, the point is that with the books you can mark, you can easily understand, and these books are very interesting, very interactive, and you can say very in a simplified language. Okay, we have total 3 set of books. One is based on law, another is based on 250 case studies, and third one is based on the practical Q&A. Okay, Sir, just wait for a single second. I just want to show something because this is our one book which you will get. बहुत ही मोटी book है ये. This is completely based on law. Second book is based on practical case studies. In this book, we have covered around 250 case studies. And third book in which we have covered around uh, 250 practical problems, and this is completely a blank book. Merely questions are there and you will write the answer yourself after joining this course. Okay, in this 45 days course, first 25 days are based on law, next 15 days are based on case studies, and 5 days are based on your practical questions. That is this book. Okay, with this we'll provide complete study kit as well. One notebook, one pen, one paper, one highlighter, everything will be there. The complete cost of the books and study set is 4,000 rupees. Okay, but we have certain sponsors, so we'll provide this study material just at 3,400 rupees. That means to join this 45 days course, you just need to invest 3,400 rupees. You will get the study material at your postal address physically, and these books are completely updated by the budget 2025. Okay, ऐसा नहीं है कि पुरानी बुक्स है. And actual cost is really 4,000 because company is publishing the same, but we are providing it at 3,400 only. So, and why we are saying that you should buy the books? Because through books you can easily learn the things, easily write the things, and we will get an assurance that you will join. If we'll provide it freely, in that case 90% of participants will not join the session. And sir, after joining this session, if you will not satisfied with the content, keep these books and get back 3,400 rupees for us. That is also guarantee. You can record it, because earlier we have also taken the session as guaranteed batch, and we have not received a single request for the refund. Okay, for getting the study material, QR code is here. You just need to pay 3,400 on this QR code, and you just need to fill that Google form earlier which you have feeded for the book. You just need to feed, and this is our GST Simplify book, that is memory chart guide. Whatever you want to buy, you can buy, but I highly recommend everyone to go for this GST comprehensive course, because this time we are getting this course just for 3,400 rupees for 45 days every day from 8 to 9 p.m. Now it's your call. You want to go for this, you don't want to go for this. This is just an information from my side, but this is my assurance to you. I will make 1,000% efforts to make this course as much as interactive, as much as interesting, and as much as simplified. This will be the great learning assurance from my side to all of you. This is just the information, because there is no any profit margin is available. Books are also on a very discounted price, and this price is just for today, because the point is that we also need to give the orders to the publication house, and we have a lot of things. We have already enrolled around 300 participants. Now this is the last day. If you want to enroll, you can enroll, and with that course we'll provide you 2 courses absolutely free. One is on one MNST scheme, and second one is related to drafting related course, very free. Because sir, अगर मुझे कोई मूवी टिकट सेल करना हो ना, in that case there is no requirement of any attraction. But if I need to go for any education related course, there is requirement to go for a lot of attractions. So this is just humble request from my side. Just join once. If you will not satisfied, we'll refund you the 3,400 rupees for the books. But definitely it will be a great investment from your side for 3,400 towards your knowledge. इससे ज्यादा शायद मुझे कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहिए, because if you will join, it will be a great learning. Now it's a break for 10 minutes. Okay, QR code is here. You can place your order and you can fill the Google form which is available on the chat box. Okay, I request, if you are planning to join, then don't wait for the last date. Just join it today, so that you can also get the study material on time. You can get the attractive study kit as well on time. Okay, and we can start the session in a very interesting way. This will be a very interesting interactive session. Okay, if you are planning to join, then I request, then please register by today itself, so that team can prepare themselves accordingly. They can dispatch the study material and you will receive on time. Okay, but amount is also not very high, 3,400 only. Okay, and this is my guarantee to you. This will be 100% guaranteed course, and for each and every of your query, I will be there to provide you the response, because we are getting something, then we should provide the response to all of you. And this is the last batch which will be available for 3,400. Next time onwards, the price will be again same, 1,499, 1,4499, whatever will be the price. So we have a break for 10 minutes. We'll meet sharp at 12:30. Stay there. We'll start our discussion from the next section, section number 49, and a lot of interesting sections are there for you. So I request everyone, please be there. Don't leave it, because if you will leave, then you will miss a lot of things. Okay, section number 49, payment mechanism defined. Very soon we are going to start. Just a break for 10 minutes, and you may suggest your other friends to join this workshop now, because now we're going to start our discussion on a very different mode. So you can suggest others, and you can also participate or contribute for sharing the knowledge. Thank you. We'll meet sharp at 12:30. Planning to register? Then please plan today. Section number 49. Let's start our discussion. Sir, just confirm me once in the chat box my voice is audible. Okay, sir. Thank you for your response in the chat box. Let's start our discussion on section number 49. Now, section number 49, payment mechanism defined. Just try to link this word 49, payment mechanism defined. Section number 49, payment mechanism defined. In this particular section, section number 49, payment mechanism defined. In this particular section, they have defined the payment mechanism. That means they have said that, sir, if you have any outward supply, you can first adjust through your input tax credit, which is available in your electronic credit ledger. And you can also pay through the cash ledger if there will be any excess liability. Or if there will be any excess credit, then the same will be credited to your electronic credit ledger. Also, they have mentioned that if a particular month your turnover crosses the limit of 50 lakh rupees, in that case, you have to pay 1% of your total tax liability through your cash ledger. That means in this section number 49, they have defined the complete payment mechanism. Section 49, payment mechanism defined. Section 49, payment mechanism defined. Section 50, very interesting section. Sir, have you idea about this section number 50? Anyone can please comment in the chat box the importance of this section 50. This section 50 of CGST Act is related to penalty. No, sir. Interest. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Interest. Yes. So now we'll just try to recall this section through the numbers so that in near future you need not to, or you don't have any confusion. Okay. Section number 50, sir, 5050. Suppose the tax liability on you, on taxpayer is 5, but the taxpayer has paid only 0. The tax liability is 5, but the taxpayer has only paid 0. In that case, whenever the taxpayer will make the payment of the liability, taxpayer has to make the payment with interest. Taxpayer has to make the payment with interest. So this section number 50 is related to applicability of interest. Section number 50, 5 was the liability, but taxpayer is paying only 0. Then whenever the taxpayer will be paid, then interest will be applicable. So this section is related to applicability of interest in case of delaying payment. Sir, section number 51, very interesting. Section number 51. Sir, we all know that this number 51 is related to shagun. Whenever we want to give something to someone, in that case, we'll paying 51, 151, 251, 551, 1051. You can say number 51 is just like a shagun. Are you agree with me? Number 51 is just like a shagun. So, sir, whenever we are receiving something from the government, that is also not less than shagun. Because it is quite difficult to get something from the government. Sarkar se kuch lena is a very difficult task. So it is quite difficult to get something from the government. So this section number 51, number 51 is look like a shagun. And whenever we are getting something from the government, that is also not less than shagun. And whenever the government is going to pay something to us, they will deduct the TDS. So this section number 51 is related to deduction of TDS. Whenever the governmental authority, agency, entity is going to make any payment when the contract value is more than 2,50,000 rupees, in that case, that entity is going to deduct the TDS. And the same is mentioned in section number 51. And the same credit will be available in the return of the recipient. Taxpayer has to, that means recipient has to file one written on GST and common portal, one statement on GST and common portal, that is TDS TCS credit received. So section 51, number 51 is not less than a shagun, and whenever government is paying something, that is also not less than shagun, but whenever government will pay, government will deduct the TDS. So this section is related to TDS. Is that okay? Section number 52. Sir, whenever you feel that मेरी speed कुछ ज्यादा हो रही है or you are not getting the concepts, just comment in the chat box. We'll manage my speed. Okay. Everything is filed now. Section 49, payment mechanism defined. Section 55 was the liability. Now zero taxpayer is paid. So whenever the taxpayer will pay, then with interest they have to pay. Section number 51. Number 51 is look like a shagun. And whenever government is paying something, that is also not less than shagun. So government has to pay the, or government has to get the TDS. My speed is okay, sir? From everyone, just comment me once so that I get assurance that yes, we are going in a right way. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Bobby, sir. Section number 52, TCS collection due. Section number 52, just try to link this word 52. 52, TCS collection due. Section number 52, TCS collection due. Section number 52, TCS collection due. This section is related to collection of TCS by the e-commerce operator. We know whenever the e-commerce operator is going to make the payment, that e-commerce operator is going to collect the TCS tax collected at source. So this section number 52, TCS collection due. Section 52, TCS collection due. This section is related to collection of TCS. Next section, just look on the number, you will enjoy definitely. Section number 53. Sir, as we all know, when we are filing our GSTR 3B return, when we are filing our GSTR 3B return, and there is a liability, there is a liability under CGST head, and credit is available under IGST head. At that time, what we are doing? We are doing one thing, that the CGST liability can be set off through the IGST credit. Am I right? We'll use the IGST credit to set off the liability of CGST. So when the IGST liability is going to be set off with the CGST, you don't think so the amount from the central government to be transferred to state government, apportionment will there, because IGST is the sharing of state as well as center, and you are utilizing it for the liability of center only. In that case, there may be certain adjustment at the back end. There may be certain transfer of input tax credit, and all those adjustments are due to section number 53. Now onwards, whenever they will adjust the IGST with CGST with SGST, there will be one concept in your mind, that as per section number 53, there may be chances of transfer of input tax credit. So this section is related to transfer of input tax credit. सर आपने मेमोरी टेक्निक तो बताया ही नहीं. So in that case, just keep one thing, this 5 which is higher side is your IGST, this 3 which is on lower side is your CGST, and whenever there will be a transfer from IGST to CGST, that will be my section number 53, that is transfer of input tax credit. So whenever you will look on this number 53, just keep one thing, this is my IGST, this is my CGST, and there is a transfer of input tax credit whenever you are going to utilize a credit against the other liability. So the same should be through this section number 53. Next section, very near to my heart, very near to my heart. Section number 54. Sir, section number 54. Sir, did you know that there is one concept of refunds under GST? Due to inverted duty structure, due to export without payment of tax, due to wrong head payment, multiple types of refunds are there. Or whenever we are filing the refunds on GST and common portal, we all are trying that we should file the maximum amount of refund. Our client is also trying the same. Sir, please apply the refund for a higher amount. How can we get the refund for a higher amount? That is what is the things we are happening. Okay, when we are filing the refund for 5 lakh rupees, we are thinking that how we can get the refund of 6 lakh rupees, or how we can enhance the values and all those things. That means while filing the refund, they'll mange more. So this section number 54, just try to link this word, section 54, they'll mange more. Section 54, dil mange more. This section is about the refunds under GST, or whenever we are filing the refunds, our dil is always mange more. Section 54, Dil Mange More. This section is related to refunds under GST on account of inverted duty structure, on account of export. The refund application should be filed on GST and Common Portal. You have to submit all the relevant documents on the GST and Common Portal. Departmental authority may approve or reject your refund application. All these things are mentioned in this section. So we just need to keep one thing in our mind. Section 54, Dil Mange More, that is refund. Section 55. Sir, 55, that is something special. Section 55, that is special. What do you mean by this special? That means refund filed by the specialized agencies. Section 55, that is something special. Something special means refund filed by certain specialized agencies. Refund filed by certain specialized agencies. Here, specialized agencies means unilateral financial organization and multilateral financial organization. And as we all know, the unilateral financial organization, multilateral financial institution can also file the refund, but they will be eligible to file the refund within 6 months from the end of the relevant quarter. So this section number 55 talks about the refund in special circumstances, that is specialized agency and unilateral financial organization. And the memory technique is 55, that is specialized agency. Section 54, Dil Mange More. Section 55, 55, specialized agencies. Section 56. Just look on the number section 56, sir. 5, 6. Sir, my refund was due on 5th, but government has paid me on 6th. My refund was due on 5th, but government has paid me the refund on 6th. That means there is a delay in payment of refund. And whenever there will be a delay in payment of refund, government will pay the refund with interest. Government will pay the refund with interest. And as we all know, in case of refund, interest rate will be 6%. But if the refund is due to a decree, a judgment, in that case, the refund will, the interest rate will be 9%. So section 56 memory technique is the refund was due on 5th, but you have received it on 6th. In such a scenario, there is a delay in refund. So government will pay the refund with interest. Section 54, Dil Mange More. Section 55, 55, specialized agency. Section 56, interest in case of delay in refund. Section 57 and 58 is not so relevant from practical perspective. Okay, so we'll just guide you the memory technique, but I am not going to provide you the detailed explanation of section number 57 and 58. Whenever we are filing the refund front of any departmental authority, certain amount should be transferred to consumer welfare fund. There is one specific fund is situated, consumer welfare fund. Okay, and the amount should be transferred to consumer welfare fund. Then after the same should be credited to your bank account, or if there will be any balance in consumer welfare fund, then the same will be transferred to investor protection fund. So this is completely in a theoretical section. Okay, और backend पे इसका use होता है. There is no any relevance from practice perspective or from GST audit or analysis perspective. So now, section number 57. Just try to link this word. Just I am providing the memory technique, but no need to go for detailed discussion. 57, consumers heaven. If they are supposed to set up a fund, consumer welfare fund, then this will be a heaven for consumers. So section 57, consumers heaven. Section 57, consumers heaven. Section 57, consumers heaven. Section 58, consumer welfare fund set. Section 58, just try to link this word. 58, consumer welfare fund set. In this particular section, they have clearly mentioned the complete mechanism of the consumer welfare fund, how this amount is coming in this fund, how the amount is going from this fund. So this is also a theoretical section. Section 57, consumers heaven. Only definition of consumer welfare fund. Section 58, consumer welfare fund set. That means the complete mechanism is mentioned in this specific section. Now, next segment, section 59 till section number 66. Very interesting, very relevant from litigation perspective. So I require your 100% attention on the screen. We can say from section number 54 till section number 58 is related to refunds. Okay. Now, section number 59. Sir, before moving ahead, I just want to take one example, and through that example, I just want to explain you the complete mechanism. Okay. Sir, when I'm filing my GSTR 3B return, at that time, I have to declare my outward supply. I have to declare my input tax credit. Okay. And I am completely free. I can declare a sales of 1 crore, 100 crore, 1000 crore. I can claim an input tax credit of 1 crore, 1000 crore, 50,000 crore, whatever will be the figure. I can put the figures. Okay. That means I am providing the details while filing my GSTR 3B return, while filing my CMP 08 return, based on my own judgment, based on my own assessment, and that is called as my self-assessment. That is called as my self-assessment. That is called as my self-assessment. Am I right? Now, there are total two terms are there. One is audit, another is assessment. Sir, first question is that what is the difference between audit and assessment? We all are involved in these type of things, but whenever someone will ask the question that what will be the difference between audit and assessment, then we are not able to provide the response in many cases. So first we need to understand the term. Then we'll discuss from section number 59 till section number 66. Sir, audit. Whenever I am checking the data of others, that will be called as audit, because I am going to verify the accuracy and the data, accuracy of the data. Okay. Assessment. Assessment is just a judgment. Assessment is just a judgment. So that judgment can be done by me. That means assessment can be done by self, but audit will always be done by others. Audit will always be done by others. And assessment can be done by self. मैं खुद भी तो assessment कर सकता हूं और कोई दूसरा भी कर सकता है. But in case of audit, audit will always be done by others. When first we'll file our GSTR 3B return, CMP 08 return, then only the departmental authority will go for the audit. So your assessment will always be your first step, and your audit will always be your second step. Assessment will be on first step, audit will be of your second step. This is the difference between audit and assessment. Now, just try to understand the types of assessment. We'll share certain example and we'll explain you the sections and with example. Sir, in case of assessment, whenever I am filing my GSTR 3B return, CMP 08 return, at that time I am doing the self-assessment. Okay. Or for self-assessment, we have one specific section. You can say section number 59. Section 59. Just try to link this word 59. Section 59, assessment defined. Section 59, assessment defined. Section 59, assessment defined. Section 59, assessment defined. That is related to your self-assessment. Now, second scenario. Sir, there is a specific situation. I am involved in a specific type of supply, and I am not able to decide the rate and value of that supply. In that case, if I will wait, that I am not going to report it in my GST records because I am not able to decide the rate and value of supply, in that case, near future, departmental authority may impose certain penalty and interest. So the better way is that I can file application before the departmental authority that, sir, in this particular supply, I am not able to decide the rate and value of supply. Can you please decide? So departmental authority will say that, sir, with this limited amount of time, we are not able to decide. It will provisionally assess your liability. That in this situation, this is your provisional liability, and after a specified period of time, we'll go for the final assessment, and accordingly, you can make the payment. But first, you need to make the payment through the provisional assessment. That is called as provisional assessment, section number 60. How we can recall that this section number 60 is related to provisional assessment? Just try to link this word 60. Sir, whenever you are going in front of the departmental authority that, sir, we are not able to decide the rate and value of this particular supply, and departmental authority is going to assess the liability based on provisional. In that case, departmental authority will think that, sir, we have decided the liability for the taxpayer. Taxpayer is not able to decide. So this is a victory for us. So section 60, departmental victory. Section 60, departmental victory. Section 60, departmental victory. So this section is related to provisional assessment when the departmental authority is going to define the liability. Section 59, self-assessment defined. Section 60, departmental victory. Section 60, departmental victory. Section 61. Section 61, sir, S460. S460, S4 scrutiny. S460, S4 scrutiny. So this section number 61 is related to scrutiny of returns. And as we all know, the departmental authority can take our case for the scrutiny of returns, but the scope is very limited in case of scrutiny of returns. They can ask very limited questions. Paras will be limited on account of difference between 3B and 1, 2B and 3B, RCM payable, on account of late fees, on account of the turnover reconciliation. These are the journal paras in case of scrutiny. And when the departmental authority is coming for the scrutiny of returns, we also need to know that the questions can be raised on account of that paras only. Other than para, they cannot ask any question, any documentation. So section 61, S460, S4 scrutiny. S460, S4 scrutiny. Section 59, self-assessment defined. Section 60, departmental victory. Section 61, S460, S4 scrutiny. Section 62. Section 62. Just write this word once. So I am getting certain messages in the WhatsApp that, are you handling this workshop with certain associations like that? Okay. So I just want to clarify for this Feb month. We are planning for certain associations for handling this particular workshop. So if you want to organize this particular type of workshop with your organization, with your association, then you can connect with us on WhatsApp. Okay, we are providing this workshop freely for this Feb month to provide the memory techniques to the maximum number of professionals. Okay, we are also planning for certain physical sessions as well. So if you want a physical session at your location with a particular association, then also this is possible for Feb month, but this is completely free. Okay, no any charge you can take from your participants, and our team is also not going to take a single rupee from you. Okay, this is a CSR activity from our side, that when we have developed the memory techniques, then we should provide these memory techniques to others. Okay, so you can connect with me on the WhatsApp number after this particular session only. Now please don't message. Okay, I request, if you know any association and if you want to conduct this particular workshop with that association, definitely we can conduct. Just WhatsApp and connect with me. Okay, section 62. Just try to link this word. Section 62, return not filed by you. Section 62, return not filed by you. Section 62, return not filed by you. This section is saying assessment of non-return filers. This section is saying assessment of non-return filers. This section is about assessment of non-return filers. Section 62, return not filed by you. This section is related to assessment of non-return filers. In this particular section, they have clearly mentioned that if the taxpayer has not filed the return for a specific period of time, in such a scenario, the taxpayer has not filed the return for a specific period of time. In such a scenario, departmental authority can assess the liability based on the best data available with the departmental authority. And after assessment, they will issue a notice to the taxpayer that, sir, we have assessed your liability accordingly, and you have a 30 days time. If you want to submit something, then submit. Otherwise, we'll go for determination of this liability. Sir, section number 60 is departmental victory, that is provisional assessment. In that case, taxpayer himself is going in front of departmental authority that, sir, we are not able to decide the rate and value of supply. Can you please decide? But in case of section number 62, taxpayer has not filed the return. Now departmental authority is going to assess the liabilities on suo motu basis. Is that okay, Rajesh sir? Section number 63. Section number 63, not registry. Section number 63, not registry. That means not registration. That means assessment of unregistered person. Suppose I have not taken the GST registration. I have not taken the GST registration. Now, from the external sources, departmental authority has found that from this external data, Sachin has earned around 50 lakh rupees during this specific financial year, but Mr. Sachin has not taken the GST registration. So we should decide the liability of Mr. Sachin accordingly. So they will decide my liability and they will issue an order to me that, sir, based on the data available with us, we have decided this particular liability for you. Now, if you have something to submit with us, you can submit. Otherwise, this liability is final. So that is called as assessment of unregistered person. Section 63, not registry. Section 64. Just try to link this word 64. Section 64, liability is more. 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 This section is saying, just for an example, I am registered under GST. I have also regularly filed my return. For financial year 2023-24, I have declared a turnover of 60 lakh rupees. But as per the data available with the departmental authority, they found that during this particular year, Sachin has made a sales of 75 lakh rupees, but he has paid tax only on 60 lakh rupees. In that case, if we'll not go for the assessment of Mr. Sachin, in that case, there will be a revenue loss to the government. Hence, we should go for the assessment, and that will be called as summary assessment. Whenever departmental authority is in view that the tax liability of the taxpayer is on a higher side, but the taxpayer has paid the taxes at a lower side, and if will not go for the assessment, then there will be a revenue loss to the government. So we should go for the assessment, and that type of assessment will be called as summary assessment. Section 64. Section 59, self-assessment defined. Section 60, departmental victory provisional assessment. Section 61, S for 60, S for scrutiny. Section 62, return not filed by you, that is assessment of non-return filers. Section 63, not registry, that is assessment of unregistered person. Section 64, liability is more, that is summary assessment. Next section. Section 65. Section 65, just try to link this word. Section 65, audit define. We all are facing this issue. Whenever the departmental authority is going to issue the ADT 01, that is audit, then it will be a specific situation for all of us. So section 65, audit define. Section 65, audit define. This section is related to business audit or departmental audit. Before conducting the business audit or departmental audit, departmental authority has to give 115 days notice to us. The business audit can be conducted from the office or from the principal place of business, whatever will be the convenient. Okay, all the required documents for the relevant financial year the departmental authority can demand. So the scope in case of business audit will be very wider. Whatever document they will demand, we have to provide the same. Okay, so this is our section number 65. And before passing the order or before issuing the proceedings under section number 73, 74, they will first issue complete working sheet to the taxpayer, discuss the same, and then after they will initiate the proceedings. That means they will provide the opportunity of being heard first. So this is my section number 65, audit define, that is business audit or departmental audit. Section number 66, sir, 66 55 थे तब हमने बोला था स्पेशल स्पेशलाइज्ड एजेंसी रिफंड. सेक्शन नंबर 66 66 स्पेशल, that is special audit. can be conducted by a chartered accountant or by a cost management accountant. So section 6666, that is special audit by the chartered accountant or by the cost management accountant. If the officer not below the rank of assistant commissioner is in view, due to the nature of transaction, due to complexity of transaction, due to volume of transaction, that the audit should be assigned to a special person, that is chartered accountant, cost management accountant, then the same can be assigned. Special auditors should perform the audit within a given time, that is 90 days. The time limit can be enhanced by further 90 days. Okay. And after completion of the audit, the chartered accountant or CMA will submit the report to the departmental authority. And after considering and providing the opportunity of being heard to the taxpayer, the proceedings will be initiated under section number 73, 74. This is my section number 66, that is special audit. So from section number 59 till section number 66 is related to audit and assessment. Sir, all these sections are okay for you? Are you enjoying the session? Everyone, once please comment in the chat box. Then we'll directly ask after completion of 84 sections. Okay. YouTube also. Sir, are you enjoying the session? Section number 67. Section number 67. Only 10 to 15 replies received in the chat box. That means only 15 people have got the point. Others are not getting the points. Am I right? सर नहीं पसंद आ रहा है तो यस लिखना जरूरी नहीं है. यू कैन राइट नो एज वेल सो दैट आई कैन गेट द आइडिया दैट यस देयर इज रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ सर्टेन इंप्रूवमेंट्स. 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. Section number 67. 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. And again, there is one perception in the market that number 13 is not so good. Am I right? There is one concept in the market that number 13 is not so good. Section number 67. 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. And there is one concept in the market that 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. 13 is also not so good. That means there is something. And as we all know, that inspection is also not good. Inspection is also not good. No any taxpayer wants that the inspection should be carried out at my premises. Okay. So 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. And as we all know that number 13 is indication of something bad. And the inspection is not also so good because taxpayer don't want for the inspection. So this section number 67 is related to inspection, search and seizure. This section is related to inspection, search and seizure. Whenever the departmental authority will come up with the inspection, search and seizure with the prior approval of joint commissioner, in that case they have the order under section number 67. And you just need to check that section number 67 and you just need to recall 67. 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. 13 is not so good. Inspection is not so good. So this notice is related to inspection and search and seizure. So section number 67 is related to inspection, search and seizure. Next, section number 68. Just try to link this word 68. 68, wait. Section number 68, wait. Why? Inspection is going on during the movements. So this section number 68 is related to inspection during the movement. Inspection during the movement. Section 68, 68, wait. Why wait? Because inspection is going on during the movements. So this section is related to inspection during the movements. Whenever departmental authority is going to hold the particular vehicle which is there, when the departmental authority is going to hold the vehicle which is there in the movements and they are asking the e-way bill, e-invoice, the other documentation, they will issue the notice in section number 68 only. Section number 68, wait, because inspection is going on during the movement. So this section is related to inspection during the movements. Next to section, very interesting. Just look on the number and try to understand the example. Suppose departmental authority suppose departmental authority is calling a particular person, Mr. X. Departmental authority has called a person, Mr. X. And departmental authority is asking with Mr. X that Mr. X, have you claimed any excess input tax credit during the month? वो बोलेगा no. Have you claimed any input tax credit without documentation? No. Have you availed any fake input tax credit? No. Have you involved in any paper transaction? No. Then departmental authority is saying call to police authorities. Once called to police authorities, departmental authority is going to call the police authorities, and when the police authorities come into picture, and then police authority will ask that Mr. X, have you claimed any wrong input tax credit? वो बोलेगा yes. Have you taken any fake input tax credit? Yes. So complete statement of the taxpayer is going to opposite in case of involvement of police and arrest. So did you think that this 9 is just opposite of 6? This 9 is just opposite of 6, just like the statement of the taxpayer in case of police and arrest. So this section number 69 is related to power of arrest by police. This section is related to power of arrest, section number 69. So this memory technique is okay for everyone. Section number 69, just opposite of the statements in case of involvement of the police. So power of arrest. This section is related to power of arrest. Now, whenever you will see this number 69, just this example will be in your brain, and you can easily recall that this section is related to power of arrest. Section number 70. Section number 70. Sir, stay connected. Just one and a half hour I will take, and I will conclude all the sections. And now all the sections are very interesting from the litigation perspective. Okay. So stay connected. Definitely, it will be a milestone session for all of you. Because at the end, we'll also take feedbacks from you. So section number 70. S for 70. S for summon. S for 70, S for summon. Section number 70, S for 70, S for summon. Section number 70, S for 70, S for summon. In this particular section, the departmental authority has power to issue the summon to the taxpayer, call to the person, take the statements on record, require the physical presence of the taxpayer. That is what is the powers which is mentioned in section number 70, which is there through the Code of Civil Procedures, CPC you can say. So section number 70, S for 70, S for summon, power of the tax officer for the summon. Next section, also very interesting. Section number 71, just try to link the word. 71, come. Section 71, come. Section 71, come. Just try to link this word one with come. Section 71, come. Section 71, come. This section is saying come and physically inspect the premises. In this particular section, they have clearly mentioned that the departmental authority has power to physically inspect the premises of the taxpayer. Physically inspect the premises of the taxpayer. They can visit the premises of taxpayer. They can check the inventory. They can check the inventory with the books of accounts. So section 71, come and physically inspect the premises. So this section is related to power to physically inspect the premises. Section 72. Section 72, just try to link this word. Section 72 with take the help to. Section 72, take the help to. Section 72, take the help of to. That means this section is saying that during the proceedings, if GST authority require the help of any police authority, any railway authority, any custom authority, then they can take the same. Whenever the GST authority is going to take the help from them, in that case, if the police authority, if the custom authority, if the railway authority is going to issue any notice or detain any goods, they will issue the notice with reference to section number 72 that we have the power received from the GST authorities. So section 72, take the help of two. That means the departmental authority can take the help of other officers. that is custom, that is railway, that is police authorities. This is my section number 72. Take the help of other officers too. Section number 73. Sir, there are total 2 sections which is very much relevant from the litigation perspective regarding the raise of demands. Section number 73, section number 74. We'll just try to learn and recall both these sections with each other. Sir, section number 73. Just try to link this word 73. Section number 73, fraud free. Section number 73, fraud free. Section number 74, liability is more. Section number 74, liability is more. Whenever the departmental authority is going to initiate the proceeding regarding any matter, then there is 2 sections. One is 73, another is 74. 73, fraud free. That means when the involvement is not due to any fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact. In that case, the case will be covered under section number 73. But whenever there will be a fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact, in that case, there will be applicability of section number 74. And the difference between 73, 74 is just related to the quantum of penalties. Because in case of 73, the highest penalty is 10% of tax or 10,000 rupees, whichever is higher. But in case of section number 74, the highest penalty is 100% of tax is also available. Okay, so this 73 and 74 is very relevant for us. So the memory technique is whenever there will be a fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact, the liability will be more due to the quantum of penalty. So section number 74, liability is more. Section number 73, fraud free, no fraud, no willful misstatement, no suppression of fact. And whenever the authority is going to pass the order, we just need to focus on these 2 sections very carefully, because these 2 sections plays a very important role. Section number 75, journal mechanism defined. Section 75, just try to link this word 75. Journal mechanism defined. Journal mechanism or journal provision defined. Section 75, journal provision defined. Section 75, journal provision defined. In this particular section, they have clearly mentioned that without providing an opportunity of being heard, no notice should be issued or no order should be passed. So whenever the departmental authority is going to pass any order without providing the opportunity of being heard, we should take the reference of section number 75. Also in this section, they have clearly mentioned that maximum 3 times adjournment is possible. So if the taxpayer is not able to go for the hearing, in that case, adjournment is possible for 3 times. If the departmental authority is not providing the same, in that case also we can take the reference of section number 75. Also, they have clearly mentioned that the stay period should be excluded from the calculation of the maximum time period for which the notice or proceedings can be concluded if there will be any stay. So this section is very relevant for us from litigation. And as we all know, 73, 74, there is a very minor difference between fraud, willful misstatement, and suppression of facts. So this is the ability of the tax professional, how we are going to present the things in front of the authorities. Hence, I am saying the deepest knowledge of law is required to present the case in a very specific way to analyze the things. Otherwise, in filing the returns, nothing important is there or no any rocket science is there. But the point is that when we'll consider the laws and after that we'll file the returns, that will be the perfect return from our side. So section number 73, fraud free. Section number 74, liability is more. Section number 75, journal provision defined. Section number 76. Now, a very important discussion is going to start and very interesting, because now onwards we'll discuss the number techniques. अभी तक हम लोगों ने memory techniques देखी. Now onwards we'll start our discussion on the number techniques. Okay, sir, are you ready to discuss the section number 76? Just look on the number 7676. Section number 76, 7676. Okay. Suppose the taxpayer has collected the tax of 7 rupees. Taxpayer has collected the tax of 7 rupees, but taxpayer has deposited with the government only 6. Taxpayer has collected the tax of 7 rupees, but deposited with government only 6. That means this section number 76 is related to tax collected but not paid to the government. Whenever we'll see the number 76, 7 is the tax collected but payment made to government only for 6. That is, this section is related to tax collected but not paid to government. Tax collected but not paid to government. Tax collected but not paid to government. Okay. If the taxpayer is going to collect the tax but not paying the same to the government, in such a scenario, the section number 76 will be applicable. Now, next section, section number 77. Just try to learn this section number 76 from section number 76 till section number 84 with like a bunch. Okay. Section number 77. Under section number 76, the taxpayer has collected the tax of 7 and paid the government to 6. That means tax collected but not paid. In this particular section, taxpayer has collected 7 and paid to the government 7. Taxpayer has collected 7, paid to the government 7. Then what is the issue? But tax collected wrongly and paid wrongly. Sir, can you please give me the example of tax wrongly collected or wrongly paid? Suppose a particular supply which is an interstate supply, but due to mistake, taxpayer has treated it as an intra-state supply, and taxpayer has collected CGST and SGST and paid the same to the government as CGST, SGST. But actually, the supply is an interstate supply, so IGST should be collected and IGST should be paid to the government. So the same situation will be covered under section number 77. And in this situation, they have clearly mentioned that, sir, under CGST or SGST, you have wrongly paid the amount. So you will get the refund. Easily, when you will go with the deepest understanding of section number 54, you will found that the reference of section number 77 has already been given. Okay. So section number 77. So you have paid wrongly CGST and SGST. So you can take the refund, and for IGST, which you are going to pay now, no need to pay the interest. Government is saying whenever there will be a wrong head, then interest will not be applicable. This is the specific thing of section number 77. Tax collected wrongly, paid wrongly. In that case, जो आपने wrongly pay किया है, you can take the refund of that, and correct tax you can pay without any interest. Now, section number 78, very relevant. Section number 78. Sir, in case of section number 76, we have covered tax collected 7 but paid to government only 6. Section number 77, tax collected wrongly, paid wrongly. Section number 78 is saying when you have collected wrongly tax, and whenever you will pay the same to the government, then government will take the interest as well. That means you have collect the tax of 7 but paid to government 6 only. So whenever you will make the payment of balance 1, in that case you have to pay with interest, so your amount will be higher side. Am I right? So this section number 78 is saying recovery of tax. This section number 78 is saying recovery of tax. Sir, how we can recall? That is, 7 was the tax which you have collected, but you have paid to government only 6. So whenever you will pay, you have to pay with interest, that is a higher side amount, that is 8. So section number 78 is related to recovery of tax. Is that okay? Section 78, recovery of tax. Why? Memory technique is 7 you have collected, but whenever now you will pay, you need to pay with interest. So 8 you have to pay. So this section number 78 is related to recovery of tax. Section number 79. Suppose the departmental authority has issued the notice and taxpayer will make the payment of tax. In such a scenario, only interest will be applicable. So 78. But now suppose the taxpayer is not going to make the payment on account of notice or on multiple reminders, then departmental authority can initiate the recovery proceedings from the immobile property, from the debtors of the taxpayer. Am I right? So whenever the government will recover the amount from the property or from the debtors, in such a scenario, there will be a huge loss. There will be a huge loss to the taxpayer. We can say at that time, the government will collect certain more amount from the taxpayer. Okay. So whenever there will be a recovery initiate from immovable property and from debtors, government will collect extra amount. Why extra amount? Because there will be a loss. There will be multiple things related to the recovery. So the amount was 7, but government will collect 9. So that is called as section number 79, recovery proceeding initiate, and then recovery proceeding from the immobile property and from the debtors. So section number 78 is recovery of tax, or whenever the taxpayer is paying the amount on account of notice only, then just pay interest. So 7 ka 8. But when the recovery proceeding will initiate from the immobile property and the debtors, then the higher amount will be collected. So the recovery will be around 9. So section number 79 is related to recovery proceedings initiate. Next section is also related to this series. Section number 80. Sir, just try to look on the number 80. Suppose the demand is for 8, but taxpayer is saying I have 0. I am not able to pay a single rupee. The demand is for 8, but taxpayer is saying that I am not able to pay a single rupee. I have 0. Whatever you want to do, you can do. Now, departmental authority is saying will provide you an opportunity to pay the amount in installments. Will provide you an opportunity to pay the amount in installments. And the installment will be maximum for 24 installments, 24 months, you can say. So this section number 80 is related to tax liability was for 8, but taxpayer has deposited only 0. So government is saying you can pay it in installment. So when the taxpayer is not able to pay the amount, in that case, installment option is also available. Installment in demand, installment of demand, payment of, लेकिन ओनली फॉर डिमांड. ऐसा नहीं है 3B के अंदर टैक्स पेबल ज्यादा आ रहा है, यू कैन सेलेक्ट फॉर सेक्शन नंबर 80. सेक्शन नंबर 80 कैन बी ऑप्टेड इन केस ऑफ डिमांड. सेक्शन नंबर 81. Sir, in case of section number 80, you have selected that will pay the amount in installments because I have 0 rupees and the demand is for 8. Now suppose that person has also an immobile property. So taxpayer may sell that particular property. Hence, government has introduced a specific section, section number 81, and they introduced that when you will select the payment in installments, then there will be certain conditions. First condition is through section number 81. 81 mein once you just need to recall the first condition. Section number 81, first condition, your transfer of property will be void. Transfer of property will be void. Section number 81 is saying that your transfer of property will be void. Second condition, through section number 82, why property transfer will be void? Because first charge is on property is with government, first charge with property. And third point, through section number 83 saying if the government is in view that the taxpayer may sell that particular property, so government may come up for the provisional attachment. Government may come up with the provisional attachment. So you can say section number 80, section number 88, 88 was the liability, taxpayer is able to pay only 0. In such a scenario, the departmental authority or government is providing the opportunity to pay the amount in installment. The application can be filed on GST and common portal. But when you are paying in installment, in that case, first condition through section number 81 is that your transfer of property will be void. Second condition, why void? Because first charge will be with the government only. And third condition, that if there will be any chances that the taxpayer will sell the property, in that case government may come up with the provisional attachment. And last, section number 84 of this bunch. Section number 84 of this bunch is saying, suppose, just look on the number 8484. Suppose the tax liability is 48. Okay, and taxpayer has paid 4. In that case, the proceeding will be continue for the remaining amount. This section is saying if the taxpayer is going to deposit any partial amount, in that case, the recovery proceedings will be continue for the balance amount. So from section number 76, we have started our discussion. Section number 76(7) was the tax collected, but taxpayer has paid only 6. That is tax collected but not paid to government. 77, tax collected, paid to government but wrongly. Section 78, recovery of tax. Section 79, recovery proceeding initiate from immovable property from debtors. Section 80, 8 was the demand, but taxpayer is saying I have zero amount, I am not able to pay. In that case, pay in installment. Section number 81, first condition, your transfer of property will be void. Second condition, through section number 82. Why void? Because first charge is on property, and third condition through this section number 83, that provisional attachment of the property, and the fourth 84 is saying that the tax demand is for 8, and if the taxpayer is paid for, in that case the recovery proceeding will be continue for balance 4. As I have promised you that, sir, I will ask you that the concept is okay for you, everything is going in the right way after coverage of 84 sections. So now please let me know, are you enjoying? So that we can start our discussion on section number 85. Thank you, sir, for your response in the chat box. Section number 85. Just try to link this word 85. 85, liability defined. Sorry, no lunch time. Will conclude the session. We'll try to conclude the session by 2:30. Please bear with me for today. Okay. I have also not taken the lunch, so we'll take the lunch after 2:30 because I have I have session around 3:30 as well. So I have only a 30 minutes gap in between these two sessions. Okay. So, sir, please for today only, and I am sorry for that. Section 85, liability defined in case of transfer of business. Section 85, liability defined in case of transfer of business. In this particular situation, they have clearly mentioned that in case of transfer of business, before the date of transfer, the transferor and transferee both will be liable for jointly or severally. Sir, from section number 85 till section number 94 is very relevant because if there will be any notice and we have to decide the liability, that who will be liable for this demand, who will be liable for providing the response, who will be liable for submission of documentation, then we have to take a reference of section number 85 till section number 94. This section number 85 will applicable in case of liability defined in case of transfer of business. In case of transfer of business. Okay. Now, before the date of transfer, the transferor and transferee both will be liable. But after transfer, the new entity will be liable. Logical. Okay. So, and both will be liable jointly or severally. Section number 86. Just look on the number 86. 8 is on a higher side, 6 is on a lower side. So this higher side person is my principal. And this 6 is lower side, that is my agent. This 6 is my agent. So this section number 86 is related to principal and agent. 6 number 86 is related to principal and agent. Whenever you will see 86, just one thing should be there in your brain. This 8 is on higher side, 6 is on lower side. 8 is my principal, 6 is my agent. So this section is related to liability in case of principal and agent, and they have clearly mentioned that in case of principal and agent, both will be liable jointly or severally. Both will be liable jointly or severally. This is my section number 86. Section number 87. Number technique. Sir, just look on the number 8787. Earlier the entities was 8. Now entities are 7 only due to amalgamation or merger. Most probably there may be two entities, they will amalgamate with each other and created one new entity. So this section number 87 is related to amalgamation and merger. Liability in case of amalgamation and merger. 87. 8 was the earlier entities, now entities are 7 only. That means reduction in number of entities due to amalgamation or merger, or in case of amalgamation or merger, both will be jointly or severally liable till the date of amalgamation. After the date of amalgamation, the new entity will be liable. Section number 88. 8 minus 8 is equal to 0. Am I right? 8 minus 8 is equal to 0. When the entities will be 0? In case of litigation. Sorry, in case of liquidation. So this section number 88 is related to liquidation only. Liability in case of liquidation, and in case of liquidation, till the date of liquidation, the company will be liable and all the directors of the company will be liable for the any notices. Sir, again specifying that these sections from section number 85 till section number 94 is applicable in case of any notice or demand by the departmental authority, and we are not able to decide that who will be liable for that particular demand. In such a scenario, these sections plays a very important role. Section 85, liability in case of transfer of business. Section 86, principal and agent. 87, 8 was the earlier entities, now 7. That means amalgamation or merger. 88, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0. 0 due to liquidation. So this section is related to liquidation, liability in case of liquidation. Section number 89. Section number 89. Sir, earlier entities was 8. Now entities are 9. Due to incorporation of private limited company, there is an enhancement in number of entities, so we can say incorporation of private limited company. So they are saying that liability in case of private limited company. So in case of private limited company, so authorized person will be liable for the demand, and in case the authorized person is not able to do so, in that case all the directors of the private limited company will be liable for the liability. So this is my section number 89. 8 was the entity, now the entities are 9. That means there is an incorporation of private limited company. So liability in case of private limited company. Whenever there will be a notice for a private limited company, for a partnership firm, for a liquidation, for a merger, we need to take the reference of these sections and prepare our reply accordingly. Section number 90. Just look on the number 90. Sir, there is one partnership firm, and in that partnership firm total 9 partners are there. 9 are the number of partners. So this section number 90 is related to liability in case of partnership firm. Liability in case of partnership firm, section number 90. 9 are the partners in a particular firm. So this section number 90 is related to liability in case of partnership firm. And the important thing is that in case of partnership firm, all the partners will be jointly or severally liable for the liability which has been raised by the departmental authority. So in this situation, all the partners will be jointly or severally liable for the liability raised by the departmental authorities, section number 90. From 90, you just need to keep one thing in your mind. 9 are the partners in a particular firm. So this section is related to liability in case of partnership firm. Sir, we have talked about company, the private limited company, the liquidation, the merger, the amalgamation, the partnership firm, all the things we have covered, principal and agent. What about individual? In case of individual, how the liability can be determined? So for that purpose, they have given section number 91 and 92. In case of section number 91, in case of section number 91, In case of section number 91, they have clearly mentioned in case of minor, the guardian will be liable. Because if the person is major, in that case, the person himself will be liable. But in case of minor, who will be liable? So, or the mentally incapable person, the guardian will be liable. And if no guardian is there, in that case, the person who has been appointed by the courts, that is called as courts of wards, will be liable. So section number 91, first liability in case of individual will be on the guardian. Second liability will be on the individual, courts of wards. Now, sir, section number 93 is saying, what about in case of HUF, AOP, BOI? What about in case of HUF, AOP, BOI? HUF, AOP, BOI. So in that particular situation, the Karta will be liable. In case of HUF, AOP, BOI, the Karta or the authorized person will be liable, and in the absence of the Karta or authorized person, all the members of that HUF, AOP will be jointly or severally liable. So, sir, I think you all are getting the point that from section number 85 till section number 94, we are covering multiple situations and liability thereof. Section number 94, and these are very important, because if departmental authority is going to issue the notice, then we should, in a situation that the notice has been issued to the concerned party, and these are relevant for the departmental authority as well, so that they can also determine that we should issue the notice to the current authority or correct authority. Okay. Section number 94 is related to liability in case of death. So in case of death, the legal heir will be liable. In case of death of the proprietor, the legal heir will be liable. And also, sir, I want to share with you an important thing. In case of partnership firm, multiple time hota gaya, partner is going to retire from that particular firm. But we are not supposed to intimate the same to the departmental authority. And there will be a huge implication. There is a specific thing which has been mentioned, that if the partner is going to retire from the firm, then within 30 days, the same intimation should be forwarded to the departmental authority. And if within 30 days, the same should not be forwarded, in that case, when the intimation should be forwarded to the departmental authority, till that date, the partner will be liable. So this is a very important concept of provision, that whenever there will be a change in the forms or particulars, we should immediately report the same to the departmental authority. Section number 94. So section number 85, liability in case of transfer. Section number 86, principal and agent. Section number 87, earlier entities was 8, now 7, due to amalgamation merger. Section number 88, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0, that is liquidation. Section number 89, earlier entity was 8, now 9, due to incorporation of private limited company. Section number 99 are the partners in a particular firm, so liability in case of partnership firm. Section number 91, individual, first liability is on guardian, second will be on courts of wards. Section number 93, AOP, BOI, HUF. Section number 94, death. Sir, till 94, from section number 1 till 94, every section is okay for everyone. So we'll start our discussion on a specific bunch of sections. Now we'll discuss the sections in bunch. Now the first bunch is related to advance ruling. Section number 95 to section number 106 is related to advance ruling. Are you ready for the discussion of advance ruling? Sir, I thank you everyone that you have joined this 5-hour session and you all are here. Because to sit and speak is very easy for 5 hours. The difficult task is that to sit and hear the things. So I really thanks to all of you for watching, for listening, for joining this session live. Okay. Because when I am recording the videos in my studio, in that case, it will really a quite difficult task for me to record the videos. But when I will be in a live session, then time will go very easily. So now, sir, advance ruling with a thanks note to all of you. Sir, advance ruling, first we'll try to understand the concept of advance ruling. Now the sections are very theoretical, but these are very important. Okay. whenever the taxpayer is not able to decide the rate, value, applicability of GST, applicability to take the GST registration, taxpayer has certain doubts related to that. In that case, the government had designed certain authorities to provide the answer of your questions related to any confusion, related to any doubt. And one of the entity is your advance ruling authority. Government is saying that if you have any question related to the value, the applicability of GST, the rate, then you can file an application before the ruling authorities, and the ruling authorities provide you the response for your matter. Okay, so and you just need to pay a prescribed amount of fees for filing an application before the advance ruling authority. Okay, now first section, section number 95, term define. Just try to link this word. Section number 95, term define. In this particular section, they have defined the term that if the taxpayer is not able to decide the rate and value and the applicability of GST of a particular supply, in that case, the taxpayer can file an application before the authority that is called as advance ruling authority. So just the definition of advance ruling is given in section number 95. Section 95, term define. Section 95, term define. Section 96, just try to this word 6 fix, that is authority fix. So government has decided that if the taxpayer is not able to decide these questions, in that case the taxpayer can file the application before the advance ruling authority. So they have fixed the authority, and in this particular situation, the person who is going to be the president of this advance ruling authority, or the judge who is going to provide the rulings, around 65 years old, that person will be there, and there will be a very high qualification is required to be a member of this advanced ruling authority, and they are going to provide the answer to us. So we can say the advanced ruling authority is not less than heaven. Okay, so the memory technique for next section, section number 97, just try to link this word. 97, application to heaven. Application to heaven. Section number 97, application to heaven. This section is saying, section number 95, they have just defined the term of advance ruling. Okay, section number 96, they have fixed the authority. Section number 97, application to heaven. In this particular section, they have mentioned that if you are not able to decide, you can file an application before the advance ruling authority. तो एडवांस रूलिंग अथॉरिटी की डेफिनेशन उन्होंने 95 में दी, अथॉरिटी फिक्स 96 में की, एंड यू कैन फाइल एप्लीकेशन बिफोर द अथॉरिटी, दे हैव मेंशन्ड इन सेक्शन नंबर 97 एंड सेक्शन नंबर 98, प्रोसीजर सेट. In this particular section, they have given the procedure to file the application before the advance ruling authority, and they have clearly mentioned if the taxpayer has doubt, then taxpayer can file application before the authority after paying a fees of 5,000 rupees. After getting the application from the departmental from the taxpayer, the advance ruling authority will send one notice to the concerned officer as well, and request taxpayer to submit certain further documentation. After considering the documentation and after considering the reply from the tax officer, the advance ruling can reject the application or can accept the application. If authority is going to accept the application, then authority will pass the order accordingly. That is what is the procedure which is mentioned in section number 98. 95, term defined. 96, authority fixed. 97, application to heaven. Section number 98, procedure set before the advance ruling authority. Sir, section number 99, again double nine, that is something special. Section number 99, double nine, that is something special. That means, sir, suppose you have filed an application before the advance ruling authority, AAR authority, and if you are not satisfied with the decision which has been passed by AAR authority, then you can file an application before the AAR authority, that is called as appellant authority for advance ruling, and the definition of the AAR authority is given in this particular section. Section number 99, double power. Section number 99, special, that is triple AR authority. If you are not satisfied with the decision, you can file an application before the triple AR authority. They have just defined the term triple AR authority in this section number 9999 special, and under advance ruling mechanism we have special is triple AR authority. Section number 100, sir, 00. Just try to understand the word 00. That means double power. Section number 9999 special, in that section they have just defined the term triple AR authority. But section number 100 double power. So application before double power. Application before double power. So you can say application before the triple AR authority. In that particular section, they have mentioned the application before the triple AR authority, that if you are unsatisfied with the decision of double AR authority, the taxpayer can file an application before the triple AR authority by paying a fees of 10,000 rupees with the required specific form, and the departmental authority can also file the appeal before the triple AR authority by paying the fees. Section number 101. Again, section number 101. Sir, you don't think so? This number 101 is also Shagun, just like 51 Shagun. Section number 101, amount 101 is Shagun. Whenever we plan to give something to someone in an amount, then we are paying 101, 1001, okay, 5001, 101 is Shagun. And we are saying that the authority, that is advance ruling authority, is not less than heaven. So whenever we are getting any order from the double AR authority, triple AR authority, which is also not less than Shagun, because we are getting the decision, we are getting the answer from the heaven. Am I right? So this section is related to order by the advance ruling authority. This section is related to order by the authority. When the advance ruling authority is going to pass the order, the authority will pass the order under section number 101. Whenever you will check any order passed by the double AR or triple AR authority, you will find that they have passed the order under section number 101. Next, suppose while passing the order, so 101 शगुन से याद रहेगा, ठीक है. Section 102, next section. Suppose the advance ruling authority has passed the order. Now there is certain mistake in the order which has been passed by the advance ruling authority. Then the rectification can be done by the advance ruling authority suo motu under section number 102. So rectification. Rectification of order. Section number 102, that is rectification of order. Section number 103, just try to understand 1 plus 3. Sir, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. Section number 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4, that is for your. That means the advance ruling authority who is going to pass the decision, and the decision of advance ruling authority will be applicable for the person who has applied for the advance ruling and the concerned jurisdictional officer. That means the decision which has been pronounced by the double AR authority or triple AR authority is not applicable for everyone. This decision is specifically applicable for the applicant and for the person who has applied and for the concerned officer. Section number 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4, that is for your. That means the order which has been passed by the double AR authority or triple AR authority will be applicable. Section number 104, just try to link this word. 104 is not for your. Section number 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4, that is for your. That means the ruling will be applicable for the applicant and for the concerned officer. Section 104 is not for your. Section 104 is not for your. That is, section 104 is not for your. That is, if the ruling has been taken by any willful misstatement, any suppression of fact, in such a scenario, the ruling will be treated as void. That will be not be treated as for your. Section 104 is not for your. Section 104 is not for your. If any ruling has been taken by any willful misstatement, suppression of fact, in such a scenario, the rulings will be treated as void. Section 105. Section 105 is very high, and high will always be powers. When we have covered our section number 5, we have covered section number 5 is very high, that means powers of the officers. Now the segment section number 95 till section number 106 is related to advance ruling authority. So section number 105 is very high, that is powers of the advance ruling authority. All the powers of the advance ruling authority is mentioned in section number 105. Section number 106. Section 106, procedure fix. Section 106, procedure fix. As we have already covered section number 98, procedure set. The journal provision is mentioned in that section number 98. But in this particular section, they have only written one line, that the advance ruling authority has power to change the procedure, to modify the procedure, to addition or deletion anything in the procedure. That is what is the power which has been given through section number 106. 106, procedure fix. The advance ruling may change the procedure. So, sir, section number 95, term defined. Section number 96, authority fix. Section number 97, apply to heaven. Section number 98, procedure set. Section number 99, double nine, something special, that is appellant authority for advance ruling, triple AR authority. Section 100, double power, apply to the double power, that is triple AR authority. Section 101, that is shagun, order by the appellant authority, that is advance ruling authority. Section 102, rectification in the order. Section 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your, that means this order is applicable for the applicant and for the departmental officer. Section 104 is not for your, that means void. Section number 105 is very high, that means powers of the advance ruling authority. And section number 106, procedure fix. Sir, all the sections related to advance ruling is okay for everyone? Now, section number 107 to section number 121 is related to appeal. Section number 107 to section number 121 is related to appeal. Okay. Now, first we'll try to understand the concept and then we'll directly move to section so that we can easily cover the sections in a very smooth way. Okay. Now we have the pendency of appeal related sections, the penalty related sections, the confiscation related sections, and the compounding related sections. Okay. Not more than that. We have just 30 sections. Okay. So I just require your 100% support for next 30 minutes only. We'll conclude the session. And at the end, we have one specific information for all of you. So please stay connected with us. Section number 107, appeal related sections. Okay. First, we'll try to understand one concept. Okay. So there is one hierarchy. Jurisdictional officer is going to pass the order. Jurisdictional officer is going to pass the order. And if the taxpayer is not satisfied with the decision which has been passed by the jurisdictional officer, in such a scenario, we can file an appeal before the appellant authority. We can file an appeal before the appellant authority. And after passing the order by the appellant authority, if appellant authority is in view that there is certain issue while passing the order, then they may revise the order. And for that purpose, there is one specific authority, revisional authority. But revision will only be done in case of favorable decision in favor of revenue. Taxpayer के favor में decision revisional authority नहीं करेगा. Revisional authority is not going to pass any order in favor of the taxpayer. Now, if the taxpayer is not satisfied with the decision of appellant authority, in such a scenario, we need to file the appeal before the appellant tribunal. If we are not satisfied with the decision of appellant tribunal, in that case, we may file an appeal before the High Court. And if not satisfied, then the final will be Supreme Court. For filing the appeal before the appellant authority, revisional authority, appellant tribunal, High Court, Supreme Court, we have to appoint certain authorized representative. Authorized representative may be a chartered accountant, may be a legal heir, may be a regular employee of the firm. Okay, so maybe these will be the authorized representative. Now we'll start our discussion on sections. Section number 107. Basic concept is okay for everyone. Section number 107 heaven. Section number 7 heaven. Now in case of section number 107, here heaven means the appellant authority, because whenever the jurisdictional officer is going to pass the order and we are not satisfied with the order, then we are filing an application or appeal before the appellant authority with this presumption that the appellant authority will pass the order in favor of us. Am I right? Appellant authority will take the favor for all of us. So we are filing the appeal with that intent, with that motivation. So section number 107 is heaven, because when we are filing the appeal before the appellant authority with this intention that the authority will pass the order in favor of us, that means that order will be heaven for us, we can say. So section number 107, appeal to heaven, that is appeal to appellant authority. So whenever the taxpayer is not satisfied with the decision of jurisdictional officer and the taxpayer is going to file the appeal, the taxpayer will file the appeal under section number 107. So now onwards, whenever we'll file the appeal, we'll get the idea of this section as well. Section number 108. If there is certain issue in the order which has been passed by the appellant authority, in that case there is one revisional authority, and revisional authority can take the case for the revision if the same is favorable to the revenue. Section 109. Sir, first authority, appeal to heaven, that is appellant authority. Then we have revisional authority for section number 108. So for this next section, section number 109, but obvious, we have appellant tribunal 80. So in section number 107, they have defined the term appellant authority. 108, they have defined the revisional authority. Section number 109, they have defined the appellant tribunal. Section 1110. Section 110. Just try to link this word 110. Just link this word 10 with fen. Section 1010, 1110, we are your fen. Section 1110, we are your fen. So we are fen of the members, the president of appellant tribunal, because we are expecting that the members and the president will pass the order in front of or in favor of us. So section 1110, we are your fan. So this section is related to the president and members, the powers of the president and members, and the definition and the terms and the qualification. So this section 1110 is completely a theoretical section, but we just need to know that what is mentioned in this particular section. For that purpose, this memory technique is sufficient. Section 1110, we are your fan. So we are fan of president and members, and in this section they have provided the definition, the qualification, the structure of the particular members and the president of the appellate tribunal. सेक्शन 111, सर डबल वन के टाइम पे हमने बोला था स्पेशल. सो सेक्शन 111 ट्रिपल वन, दैट इज क्वाइट स्पेशल, यू कैन से वेरी स्पेशल, very special. So in this section number 111, very special, that is appellant tribunal structure. Try to bifurcate. Sir, section number 109 is just giving you the definition of appellant tribunal. Section 1110 is providing the qualification of the members and the president. Section 111 special, very special, that is the structure of appellant tribunal. This section is going to provide that if there will be any matter related to place of supply, then national bench will provide the take the matter, and there may be two benches. One is state bench, another will be national bench. So the structure is given in this section number 111, and national bench will take the matter related to place of supply. Other matter will be handled by the state bench. Section 111 very special, that is appellant tribunal. So this section is providing the structure of the appellant tribunal. Section 112. Sir, in this particular section 112, there is two. That is second authority for appeal. Second authority for appeal, section 112. This 112 includes 1, 2. That is second authority for appeal. And as we all know that second authority for appeal is appellant tribunal. So this section is saying that you can file an appeal before the appellant tribunal. So this section is providing the mechanism of filing the appeal before the appellant tribunal, that if a particular person is not satisfied with the decision of appellant authority, then the person can file the appeal before the appellant authority, appellant tribunal, in a specified form with the specific fees in form of demand draft. Also that person has to submit the court fee stamp. Also the particular appeal should be filed in the 5 copies. The physical forms is required. Everything is mentioned in this section number 112. So for appellant tribunal, section number 109 is just going to define the appellant tribunal. Section 1110, we are your fan. That means providing the qualification of member and president. Section 111, 111, very special. That is structure of the appellant tribunal. Section 112, number 2 includes that is second authority for appeal, that is appellant tribunal. So in this section they have provided the procedure to file application before the appellant tribunal. Section 113 free. Sir, section 113 free. Section 113 free. Matter is free. Or when the matter is free, when the order has been passed. So this section number 113 is related to order by the appellant authority, appellant tribunal. Section 113 matter free, or when the matter will be free, when the order will be passed by the appellant authority or tribunal. So this section is related to order by the authority, order by the appellant authority. Section 113 matter is free, that means order by the appellant authority. Now we'll take 114. Later on, first we'll take 115. Section number 115. This is completely linked with section 113, because in case of section number 113, matter is free, the order has been passed by the appellant authority or appellant tribunal. Now, sir, as we all know, when we are filing the appeal before the appellant authority, appellant tribunal, there is requirement to pay certain pre-deposit, 10%, 20%. Am I right? We need to pay that amount. 10%, 20% of the tax, we need to pay the pre-deposit. Now, when the order has been passed, and if the order has been passed in favor of us, then the pre-deposit will be refunded with applicable interest. Am I right? So this section number 115 is saying when the order has been passed in section number 113 and the order is in favor of the taxpayer, in that case the pre-deposit will be refunded with applicable interest. Now we'll take section number 114. Section number 114, you can say 114. Just link this word 14 with routine. Section 114, that is routine. So this section is going to provide you the details about the routine work of the president or the members of the appellant tribunal. This section is going to provide you the routine work, you can say financial and administrative powers of the president and members. So this is again a theoretical section, section 114, 114. Just try to link routine with this word 14. Section 114, routine. So this section is going to provide you the routine work or powers of the president and members, and the powers are related to financial powers and administrative powers. Section 114, routine. Section 115 already covered. Section 116, fix. That is authorized representative fix. Section 116, authorized representative fix. So memory technique is section 116, fix. Section 116, fix. Section 116, fix, that is authorized representative fix. Section 116, authorized representative fix. In this particular section, they have clearly mentioned that the chartered accountant, the legal heir, the employee, the retired commercial tax officer can be the authorized representative of the taxpayer and handle the matters in front of appellant tribunal, appellant authority, the High Court, the Supreme Court. Section 116, fix, authorized representative. Section 1117, 117, as we all know, Satra, Khatra, that is danger zone. Am I right? Section 117, that is Satra Khatra, that is danger zone. And as we all know that whenever we are filing the appeal before the Honorable High Court, this is also a danger for us because there will be involvement of very huge fees. There will be 50-50 chances for quantification. So this section number 117 is related to appeal before the Honorable High Court. And but obvious, section number 1118, that is next section, is related to appeal before Supreme Court. So these two sections we need to learn in conjunction with each other. Section 117 is danger, and to file appeal before the Honorable High Court is also danger. So section number 117 is related to High Court, appeal before High Court. Section number 118, next section, related to Supreme Court. And next section, section number 119 payment defined. Section 119 payment defined. Section 119 payment defined. Section 119 payment defined. Just try to recall section 119 payment defined. This section is saying if the taxpayer has filed the appeal before the appellant authority, appellant tribunal, High Court, Supreme Court, and if the authority has passed the decision in favor of revenue, that means in favor of government, in that case the taxpayer has to deposit the whole amount with interest with penalty. So section 115 आपको याद रहेगा, वो बोलती है if the government has or if the appellant tribunal, appellant authority has passed the order under section 113 matter free, and if the decision in favor of taxpayer, in such a scenario the taxpayer will get the refund with applicable interest as per section number 115. Section number 9 is saying, 119 is saying that if the decision is against the taxpayer, in that case the taxpayer has to make the payment of tax, interest and penalty. That is section number 119 payment defined. Section 120. Section 120. Sir, there is, if you will check the number 120, then you will found there is 0. That means 0 eligibility to file the appeal. That means non-appealable cases, you can say. Government has decided certain cases as a non-appealable cases. Section 120, there is one 0 in number 120, that is 0 eligibility to file an appeal. That is non-appealable cases. And in this particular section, they have specified a specific limit that if the matter is less than 25,000 rupees, in that case, no appeal can be filed before the appellant tribunal. वरना क्या होगा, कोई 5,000 का मैटर है, in that case also they are filing the appeal. So there will be unnecessary wastage of time of the appellant tribunal. So they have decided a specific monetary limit. If your case involves the amount which is less than the specified monetary limit, in that case your case will be treated as non-appealable cases, that is 0 eligibility to file an appeal. Section 120 memory technique is, in this number 120 there is 0, that is 0 eligibility to file the appeal, that is non-appealable cases. Section 121. 1, just look on the number 121. Sorry. 121, 121. That is your first appeal will be your final appeal. That means if you have filed appeal before the appellant authority, and if appellant authority has passed the order against you, in that case also you will not be able to file appeal before the appellant tribunal. Section 121, your first appeal will be your final appeal. Your first appeal will be your final appeal. Your first appeal will be your final appeal. That is 121. Your first appeal will be a final appeal. In cases, whenever there will be a matter related to prosecution, whenever there will be a matter related to confiscation, or whenever the order has been passed under section number 80, we have already covered the section number 80. The demand was for 8, taxpayer has paid 0 only. In such a scenario, if departmental authority has provided the decision that you can pay in installment, then you cannot file an appeal before any other authority. So these are the non-appeal, these are the appealable cases, but first appeal will be the final appeal. Government has specified a list that for these cases you cannot file appeal before any other authority. That is, first appeal is final appeal. So section number 107, have an appeal to the appellant authority. Section number 108, revisional authority. Section number 109, appellant tribunal. Section number 1110, we are your fan, that is president and the members, and the powers and the clearly mention the qualification. Section 111, that is very special, that is appellant tribunal structure. Section 112, that is second authority to appeal. Section 113, free, that means order passed. Section 114, 114, routine powers of the president and the members, financial and administrative. Section 115, interest refund. Section 116, 116, authorized representative fix. Section 117, danger, high court. Section 119, supreme court. Section 120, zero, that is zero eligibility to file the appeal. Section 121, that is first appeal will be final appeal. Sir, every section related to appeal is okay for everyone? So now we'll start our discussion on a very interesting sections related to penalty. I just require your 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. So stay connected with me. And this is really a great event or great moment for me when maximum number of participants are there since 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. Okay. This is really a great moment. Yes, all the sections related to appeal is okay for everyone. Now we have certain sections related to penalty. Okay. And to memorize the sections related to penalty is very much required and very much essential. Okay. So without wasting a single second, just start our discussion. Section number 122. Sir, 122. As we all know, suppose the tax amount is 1. So in maximum cases, the penalty will be 100% of tax. Am I right? In maximum cases, the penalty will be 100% of tax normally. So you can say this 1 is tax and this 2 is penalty, double. So this section number 122 is related to penalty under GST. How we can recall? How we can recall this section? Section number 122, 1 is your tax, double will be your penalty. So section number 122 is related to penalty under GST. Section number 123. Just look on the number 1, 2, 3. And as well, the numbers are not less than information. Am I right? Numbers are always equal to the information 1, 2, 3. This is something information. So this section number 123 is related to information return under GST. Section number 123, 1, 2, 3. These are the numbers and numbers are not less than information. So this section is related to information written under GST. Whenever during the proceedings, if departmental authority wants certain information, they will issue the notice for submission of the information return. Section 124. Sir, 1 is your tax, double will be your penalty. Or suppose if government is going to impose something, then it will be double of the penalty, or you can say that will be the fine. Am I right? 1 was the tax, double will be the penalty. Or now if government is going to impose something, that is fine. So this section number 124 is related to imposing of fine. So you just need to keep one thing in your mind. Whenever you will see the number 1, 2 and 4, 1 is tax, double will be penalty. If government is going to add something, that is 4, that will be your fine. So imposing fine. Section number 125, journal penalty defined. Section number 125, journal penalty defined. In this particular section, they have decided a journal penalty of 25,000 rupees under CGST, 25,000 rupees under SGST. So we'll just recall like this: 125 defined, 125 defined, 125 defined, 125 defined. Section 125, journal penalty defined. Section 126, journal discipline fix. Section 126, journal discipline fix. This is very relevant section. This section is saying that departmental cannot impose the penalty for the minor breaches. Suppose the taxpayer forgot to mention the invoice number on the e-way bill due to certain oversights, and departmental authority is going to impose the penalty. In such a scenario, we can take the reference of section number 126, because section number 126 says journal discipline fixed, that for implication of penalty there should be certain journal disciplines, and that should be followed by the taxpayer. So section 126 journal discipline fix, section 126 journal discipline fix. So this is very relevant section. सेक्शन 127 7 7 7 से आएगा certain. So in this particular section they have mentioned the penalty in certain special cases. Section 127 7 से certain, section 127 7 से certain. So penalty in certain special cases, but still they have not specified a single segment in this particular section. So they have power to specify certain segments for which the penalty can be imposed. Section 122, one is tax, double will be penalty. So section 122 is related to penalty under GST. Section 123, 1, 2, 3 is numbers. Numbers is not less than information. So this section is related to information return. Section 124, one is tax, double will be penalty, and anything else will be added, that will be the fine. So imposition of fine. Section 125, journal penalty defined 25,000 rupees. Section 120, up to 25,000 rupees. Okay. Section 126, journal discipline fixed, no penalty for the minor breaches. Keep this line in your mind. Section 127, certain cases penalty. Section 128, very great. Section 128, very great. 128, very great, because this section providing the opportunity to file application for waiver of penalty. This section is providing an opportunity for waiver of penalty. Section 128, very great. Section 128, very great, because this section is going to provide the waiver of penalty. If departmental authority has raised the demand on account of penalty, and if you want to file application for waiver of penalty, then the same should be filed through this section number 128, very great, providing the opportunity for waiver of the penalty. Section 129, online. Section 129, you just need to link this word 9 with online. Section 129, online. Section 129, that is online, that is confiscation of goods during the movements. Confiscation of goods during the movement. Section 129 online, that is confiscation of goods during the movement. Section 129 online, that is confiscation of goods during the movements. So the departmental authority has power to confiscate the goods during the movements if they found there is certain willful misstatement, suppression of facts, and they can detain your goods as well. 129 online, that is confiscation of goods. Section number 130. Sir, again number 13. And as we all know, number 13 is indication of something bad, and confiscation is also not good. So this section number 130 is related to confiscation under GST. This section is related to confiscation under GST. Whenever the departmental authority will come up with the confiscation, they will issue the notice in section number 130 only. So this section is related to 130, confiscation. Section number 131. Sir, from section number 129 till section number 133, we have sections related to confiscation only. Okay. So this is a segment of confiscation. 129, online, confiscation during the movement of goods. Section number 130. 13 is indication of something bad. Confiscation is also bad. So in the warehouse or in that particular principal place of business, they are going for the confiscation. Section 131. 131 is saying, suppose there is a penalty due to confiscation. This one is confiscation related penalty. And if there will be any other penalty, in that case, the taxpayer cannot say that I have paid the penalty during the confiscation, so now no penalty should be imposed. Nothing like that. Confiscation related penalties are completely separate from the normal penalties. They are not interfere each other. So section number 131 is related to interference regarding the penalties in case of confiscation. because the taxpayer may argue that, sir, I have already paid the penalty, but sir, this penalty is not covered. This is a confiscation related penalty, and both are completely different. Section number 132. Section number 132. Just try to link this word to with too high offense. Too high offense. That is the supply of goods without invoices, supply of invoices without goods, paper transaction, claim of input tax credit without invoices. Okay. So these are the two high offenses. In that case, government may come up with a punishment. So this section number 132, two high offenses. So in that case, punishment may be there. Section number 132, two high offenses, that is punishment may be there. Section number 133. Just try to link this word 3 with liability of key. That means in case of confiscation, suppose the departmental authority is not able to decide the liability, in that case they have to decide the liability of key person who is holding the goods. Section 129, online. Section 130, confiscation. Section 131, no interfere. Section 132, two, punishment. Okay. Section number 133, liability of key. Last four sections. Okay. Then we'll go for a recap, and the recap will be memorable for all of you. Section number 134. Sir, just look on this number 1, 3, and 4. You don't think 2 is missing? 1, 3, and 4. 2 is missing. So in this particular section, they have clearly mentioned that, sir, कोर्ट कैन नॉट गो फॉर द कॉग्निजेंस ऑफ ऑफेंस. कोर्ट किसी ऑफेंस का संज्ञान नहीं ले सकता है विदाउट प्रायर अप्रूवल ऑफ कमिश्नर. Court cannot take the cognizance of offense without prior approval of the commissioner. So in this case, the prior approval of commissioner of missing. Section 134, 2 is missing. So 2 is my prior approval of commissioner. Section 135, very interesting and one of my favorite section. This section is saying that during the statement, if the taxpayer is saying, that 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5, in that case, we'll treat that the taxpayer is saying it with full of mental cap. That means this section is saying, if the taxpayer will say that 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5, we'll treat it okay. That means whatever will be the statement given by the taxpayer, that will be treated that the taxpayer has given the statement with full of mental state. With full of mental state. That is what is my section number 135. 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5. So whatever will be the statement given by the taxpayer will be full of mental state. And next section, section number 136 is saying that whatever will be the statement given by the taxpayer will be fixed. First thing, will treat it that the taxpayer has given it full of mental state. And section 136 is saying whatever will be the statement given, that will be the fix. And next section, section number 137, 1 plus 3 plus 7 is equal to 11. 11, that is one person company. So this section talks about the offenses in case of companies. This section talks about offenses in case of companies. Section 137, 1 plus 3 plus 7 is equal to 11. 11, that is one person company, offenses in case of companies. And the last section for our today's workshop, that is section number 138, is very great, is providing the rebate. Section 138, rebate, that is compounding of the offenses. If there will be multiple offenses, in that case the same can be compounded and the application can be filed through this section number 138. 138, rebate. The memory technique is rebate. So section number 129, online, confiscation during the movements of goods. Section number 130, number 13 is something bad and confiscation also bad. Section number 131, interchange of the penalties. Section number 132, too high, so punishment will be there. Section number 133, mandatory. No. Section 133, liability of key. Section 134, 2 is missing, that is prior approval of commissioner is missing before taking the cognizance. Section 135, 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5, whatever will be the statement of the taxpayer is fixed for us. Section 136 fix. Section 137, 1 plus 3 plus 7 is equal to 11, 11, that is 1% company. Offenses in case of companies. And section 138 rebate, that is compounding of the offenses. Sir, are you ready to take the recap in next 10 minutes of all the 138 sections? I just request everyone to show your excitement in the chat box. We'll recap all these sections just in 10 minutes. Are you ready? Because I need to ready, and that will be through your comments only. And please, those who have joined the whole session, then please be there for 10 minutes, because it will be ultimate experience for you and for me as well. Okay, so let's start our discussion on the recap of 10 minutes on all the 140 sections, 138 sections. And also I request, when I'm going for the recap, whatever will be your feedback for this specific course, you can comment in this chat box. Also, after this session, you will get a feedback form. You need to provide your feedback in that feedback form, so that you will get one gift from our side. That is the attractive material for this workshop, okay, that you will get. But you just need to provide the comment in the chat box, because now I can check. And I request everyone to provide your feedback in the chat box during the recap. Whatever will be your mind, you can provide. Also YouTube. Section number one is the commencement of counting under GST. Section number 1 is related to commencement, extent, short, and title. Section number three is something bad, and the authorities who is going to correct the bad things under GST, that is the officers under GST. Section number 4 is for your, that is appointment of the officer. Section number 5 is very high, that means powers of the officer. Section number 6, authority fix. Section number 7, as for supply includes sale, exchange, barter, transfer, lease, rental, disposal, agreed to be disposal. Section number 8, Number 8 is a mixture of 00, that is mixed and composite supply. Section number 9, imposing fine, that is charging section. Section number 10, includes 0, that is 0 eligibility to claim the input tax credit, that is composition scheme. Section number 11, E for exemption. Section number 12 is the indication of time. So this section number 12 is related to time of supply in case of goods. 13, time of supply in case of services. 14, in case of change in rate of tax. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix. Section number 16, 16 आने such ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. Section number 17, danger, that is restrictions to claim the input tax credit. Section number 18, making happen, that is credit in special circumstances. Section number 19, work done by others, that is job worker. Section number 20, that is distribution of input tax credit. If excess distributed, that the same can be reversed through the debit note. Section number 21. Section number 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration. So this section is related to registrations under GST. Section number 23, free. No need to take the GST registration in case of agriculturalist and exclusively exempted. Section number 24 is for sure, that means you need to take the GST registration. Section number 25, registration process defined. Section number 26, registration fixed, deemed approval of registration. Section number 27, taking favor of casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. Section number 28, very great, providing the opportunity for amendments in the registration particulars. Section number 29, denying, that is cancellation of GST registration. Section number 30 is not very dirty, providing the opportunity for revocation of registration. Section number 31, invoicing done. Section number 32, to collection of tax. Section number 33, mandatory fills on the invoices. Section number 34, 3 is reduction, 4 is enhancement, that is credit and debit note under GST. Section number 35, justify records under GST. Section number 36, 6 year tak retention, that is 72 months. Section number 37, 3 plus 7 is equal to 10. 10 was the due date to file the GST-R1 return, that is outward supply. Section number 38, fake conditions to reduce the fake ITC. Section number 39, payment defined, that is GST-R3B. Section number 40, 4 was the outward supply but reported only 0, then reported in the first return. Section number 41, ITC claim done. Section number 42, 43, removed by the government. Section number 44, 4 is my books, 4 is my GST records, equalize in case of annual return. Section number 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9, just add 1 from my side, that is 10. GST 10 is related to final return. Section number 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. 10 was the due date to file the GST-R1 return. If you will not file the return by 10th, in such a scenario, notice can be issued. Section number 47, 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. 10th was the due date to file the GST-R1 return. If you will file on 11th, in that case late fees will be there. Section number 48 is related to GST practitioner. Section number 49, payment mechanism defined. Section number 50, 5 was the liability taxpayer has paid 0, in that case interest is applicable. Section number 51, shagun TDS. Section number 52, TCS collection due. Section number 53, transfer of IGST CGST. Section number 54, dil mange more, that is refund. Section number 55, specialized agencies, multilateral financial organizations. Section number 56, 5 was the due date to pay the refund, but government has paid on 6th. In such a scenario, interest will be there. Section number 57, consumers heaven. Section number 58, consumer welfare fund set. Section number 59, assessment defined. Section number 60, departmental victory. Section number 61, as for scrutiny, as for 60. Section number 62, return not filed by you, that is assessment of non-return filer. Section number 63, not registry, assessment of unregistered person. Section number 64, liability is more, that is summary assessment. Section number 65, audit defined. Section number 66, special audit by chartered accountant, cost management accountant. Section number 67, 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. 13 is an indication of something bad. Inspection is also bad. Section number 68, wait, why? Movement and inspection is going on. Section number 69, opposite, that power to arrest. Section number 70, S for 70, S for summon. Section number 71, come and visit the physical premises. Section number 72, take the help of other officers too, that is railway, custom and police authorities. Section number 73, fraud free. Section number 74, liabilities more. Section number 75, journal provision defined. Section number 76, tax collected 7, paid 6. Tax collected but not paid. Section 77, tax collected 7, paid 7 wrongly. Section 78, recovery of tax. Section 79, recovery proceeding initiate. Section number 80, 8 was the liability. Taxpayer is saying I have 0, then pay in installment. Section number 81, first condition, property transfer will be void. Why? Second, 82, because first charge, and third, we can go for the provisional attachment. Section number 84, paid, liability was for 8 and you have paid 4. In that case, the proceeding will be continued for balance amount. Section number 85, liability in case of transfer of business. Section number 86, principal and agent. Section number 87, earlier entity was 8, now 7, that means merger amalgamation. Section number 88, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0, that is liquidation. Section number 89, earlier entity was 8, now 9, that means incorporation of private limited company, liability in case of private limited company. Section number 99 are the partners in a particular firm, so liability in case of partnership firm. Section number 91, in case of individual, first liability is on guardian, second liability through section number 92, courts of words. Section number 93, in case of HU of AOP BOI. Section number 94, death of proprietor. Section number 95, term defined. Section number 96, authority fixed. Section number 97, appeal to the heaven or application to the heaven before advance ruling authority. Section number 98, procedure set. Section number 99, appellant authority for advance ruling. Section number 100, double power application before AAR authority. Section 101, shagun, that is order by the authority. Section 102, rectification. Section 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your, that means for applicant and officer. Section number 104 is not for your, that means throw void if due to any willful misstatement, suppression of fact. Section number 105, procedure. Section number 105 is very high, that means powers of the advance ruling authority. Section 106, fixed procedure. Section 107, appeal to the heaven, that is appellant authority. Section number 108, revisional authority. Section 109, appellant tribunal. Section 1110, we are your fan, that is president and the members. Section 111, 111, very special, that is structure. Section 112 2, that is second authority for appeal application before the appellant tribunal. Section 113, matter free, that is order. Section 115, pehle humne dekha tha, that is pre-deposit with interest. Section 1114, routine. Section 116, authorized representative fixed. Section 117, 17, danger, high court. Section 118, 18, that is Supreme Court. Section 119, payment mechanism defined, that means you need to make the payment if the decision is favor of revenue. Section 120, 0, that is non-eligible, non-appealable cases. Section 121, first appeal will be your final appeal. Section 122, 1 is your tax, second will be your penalty, so this section is related to penalty. 123, 123 is not less than numbers, numbers is not less than information, so this section is related to information return. Section 124, 1 is tax, double will be penalty, and if there will be any extra, then that will be a fine, imposition of fine. Section 125, general penalty defined. Section 126, general discipline is fixed, related to penalties for minor breach. Section 127, for certain offenses. Section 128, very great, providing the opportunity for waiver of penalty. Section 129, online confiscation during movements of goods. Section 130, 13 is an indication of something bad, that is confiscation. Section 131, not interfere in the penalty. Section 132, two offense, that is in case of punishment will also be there. Section 133, liability of key. Section 134, 2 is missing, that is prior approval of court, prior approval of commissioner is missing in case of cognizance of offense. Section 135, 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5, whatever will be the statement given by the taxpayer will be the mental cap. And 136, fixed. 137, 1 plus 3 plus 7 is equal to 11, 11, that is one person company, liability in case of companies offenses. Section 138, rebate, that is compounding of the offenses. Now whatever will be your feedback of this session? I request everyone to please put your feedbacks in the chat box. Thank you for joining this section. Thank you for listening this workshop. And I have shared the Google form, but before moving ahead, whatever will be your feedback, I just request everyone, please put your comments in the chat box. Then I just want to discuss something with you for next 5 minutes. I will just take your 5 minutes with a very exciting information. Okay. But before moving ahead, I just require everyone to please put your feedback, because your feedback plays a very important role for me as well. Okay. Because this is my passion. Professionally, I am a practicing chartered accountant. There is a very good practice as well. Shared, sir. I have shared in chat box, sir. I have received the response only from 15 participants. The feedback from 15 participants. Okay, that means others are not interested. My throat is also not working. Thank you everyone for your response. And on YouTube, I also request to the participants that you can comment in the chat box. That will be a great for me as well. Thank you, sir. Now, as one information from my side, and this is my request to all of you, you can say, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, definitely. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your feedback in the chat box, and it really plays a very important role for me. I just want to discuss with you 2 to 3 minutes. This is very near to my heart, so I just want to discuss with you for 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. I don't know what you will take from this, but I just want to share with you so that I'm sharing. As the biggest problem nowadays is that I'm not able to apply the GST law, the case studies, the case studies. Sandeep ji, yes, you will definitely get the same. For that purpose, because time is limited, we have just 5 hours. For that purpose, we are coming with the GST comprehensive course. Okay. So, just I want to discuss for 5 minutes. That will be a great for me as well. Sir, as we all know, the most important thing is that whenever we are learning something, we don't have to pass any examination. We just need to use it in our day-to-day cases. Now the point is that if we'll learn like a board way in such a scenario, it will not be helpful for us. Okay. So we have designed a TV series, like a TV series, the GST comprehensive course. In this particular session, in this particular course, will cover the complete GST law, the 250 case studies, and these case studies are also selected from around 5,000 case studies to cover the complete 5,000 matters, and also 250 practical problems like a TV serial. For that purpose, I just request your support. We are not charging a single rupee for the course. We are just asking for the books, the price for the books. And why we are asking, why we are saying that you should buy the book, you can also watch the videos, not an issue. But the point is that there will be a lot of writing in the books, and you all can learn like a student. Because whenever I will learn like a professional, I will learn in a professional way. But whenever I will learn like a student in such a scenario, I will learn something great in a great way, in a innovative way. We have designed this GST comprehensive course very interesting in a very simplified language. A lot of writings will also be there. You will definitely enjoy from 8 to 9 p.m. And if you will join our first session, then it will linked with the last session on the 45th day. Okay, each and every session will be linked with each other, and it will be just like to watching a TV serial. I just want to expand the information with maximum number of professionals, so that the maximum number of professionals can join this course and enjoy the benefit. And sir, this is my guarantee to you, if you will not satisfied, will refund the amount. And we are not charging a single rupee. We are just charging for the books, and the cost of books is around 4,000 rupees. We are charging for 3,400. Why I am again and again saying? Because I want to see all of you in that particular course. Because today you have given 5 hours continue learning without any break. So I think you are really passionate about learning. So if you will join that course, it will be a great achievement for me that such a learner are there in that particular course. And definitely this 3,400 rupees, I will return back to you like 3,40,000 rupees. This is my assurance to you. Your complete perspective to learn the GST will be different after joining this course. So I humbly request everyone to join this course. And also I have received certain requests for and if you will face any issue while making the payment, if you will then you may just WhatsApp on this number. You just need to WhatsApp on this number. My team member will share you the link, and anything else if you require, then my team member will share with you. The price is for today only and for your learning. For your learning, I just want to share with you one thing. We have a subscription plan. The price of that subscription plan is 5,000 rupees. In that plan, will give you the access to all the case studies. And that case study will be covered around 2 minutes per case study. And around 500 case studies are available on a real-time basis. If you will register on today, we'll give you free subscription plan, free access to our 2 courses. Why we are doing? There is no any benefit involved. So the point is that if I want to sell the movie tickets, I can easily sell. But if I want to sell anything related to the knowledge, then I need to give certain attractions. So this is attraction from my side, I am saying, and I am making a promise to all of you that after 45 days, your complete thinking about the GST will be completely different. Whatever you will learn, this learning will be completely in a different way. And other, if any association wants to organize this GST memory technique session, if you know any association or they want to organize, you can connect on this WhatsApp number. We may plan a schedule without any costing. Okay, any association wants to organize, or if you want to organize for your group of groups or your professionals, you can connect on this number. We'll definitely organize that session. Okay, or if anyone wants to make the payment, then and sir, one more thing. The complete simplified GST course will be based on these approach only. The point is that in this course we have just connected with the title of the section. Now we'll learn the complete section in that way. Okay, so the QR code is here. The screen is the number has already been shared. You can connect on this particular number and try to register by today. And also, if anyone wants to buy this GST Simplify book, I recommend everyone should buy this book. You should have this book. This is also a very little amount of investment, because if this book is with you and you are visiting the departmental authority, you just need to open and refer any section in just 1 minute. Okay, yes, you can make the payment through GPay as well. I am sharing the number. If you are not able to do so, in that case you can make the payment on this number, GPay Sachin Jain. But the point is that you should fill the Google form as well. This is my request to you, because without Google form will not get the idea that you have registered or not. Although we'll try to connect with you if you will not file the Google form as well, but I request to fill the Google form after making the payment. I have shared the screen QR code. I have shared the GPay number as well. You can make the payment through GPay on that number. I have also shared the screenshot. Also, if you have any question, any query, in that case for query support, you can WhatsApp on this number. The purpose is only one: to learn the GST in an innovative way. After this session, you will receive one feedback form on your mobile number, on your WhatsApp. So just try to fill that feedback form so that sir, I have already shared multiple times the feedback form. You are not getting the feedback form. This is the feedback form. Sorry, this is the Google form for providing the details related to your payment. Okay. So once again, thank you everyone for joining, for showing the interest for this GST comprehensive course. And I request everyone, if possible for you, then just share this information related to this GST comprehensive course with your other professional friends, with your other groups. I ensure you, they will text you after joining this course as thanks for your message, thanks for sharing the information. This is my responsibility, because when you are joining something on recommendation of mine in such a scenario, there is a responsibility on my shoulders, and I will definitely do this. Yes, we'll post in the group as well. Are you in the group master GST course? You are in the group, then we'll definitely post. Also, you can connect it from here. Okay. And if you are facing any issue, in that case, number has already shared with you. Sir, for GPay, for for any query, you can ask the queries on this number. Again, you can take for queries, this number is here. For GPay, you can make the GPay on this number. Both the things are there. Dhanraj sir, so we'll add you. If you have filled the Google form, then we'll definitely add you. Okay, sir. Thank you for joining. Thank you for listening. We'll definitely meet in any other session, and I hope that everyone is going to meet in the GST comprehensive course. Sir, are you joining the GST comprehensive course? Just text me yes or no. Then we'll conclude our today's session. Yes, if you want to phone pay, in that case, we have other number. Sir, that form is not allowing for two form. Then also it is okay. You just need to upload for one time. We'll connect, or my team will connect with you. Not an issue. Sir, if anyone wants to make the payment through PhonePe, in that case, this QR code is going to accept the payment. And if you are facing any issue, then connect on this number. Our team will provide you the PhonePe number as well. So once again, thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for listening with us. And definitely, we'll meet in GST comprehensive course, and other 5 days webinar is also there. That is also completely free. We'll share the link for the 5 days webinar as well. So once again, thank you everyone for joining, for listening with us. Thank you. Bye-bye.